Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and a warm welcome to all of our distinguished guests on the occasion of 58th Foundation Day celebration of Textiles Committee and release ceremony of Cotton Corporation of India souvenir. I am happy to see such an enthusiastic response. Today, we have with us dignitaries, eminent speakers, captains of industries, officials of various organizations of Ministry of Textiles, other distinguished guests and members of media. Our chief guest for the occasion, Shri U.P. Singh, Secretary Textiles, Ministry of Textiles, Government of India, Chairman Textiles Committee, is expected to arrive by 6:30 p.m. from New Delhi, as he had one important meeting to attend, and our CEO, Shri Ajit B. Savan, will be escorting him to the venue very soon. As we have 45 minutes before formal program starts, we have arranged for you a melodious music concert by Harmony Brand, which will enthrall you with their scintillating performance. I would like to request Pramod Sathe and team to start with the performance. A big round of applause for them.
गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया टेक्सटाइल कमेटी, आप सबको गुड इवनिंग। और आपकी खिदमत में हाजिर है बैंड ऑफ हारमोनी, और हम आपके सामने कुछ ऐसे नगमे पेश करने जा रहे हैं जो आपको और आपकी इस माहौल को चार चांद लगा देंगे। तो चलिए शुरुआत करते हैं। बैंड ऑफ हारमोनी। राग दरबारी, और इस राग दरबारी के कुछ फॉर्म आपके सामने पेश कर रहा हूं। अभी फिलहाल 15 अगस्त हमारे स्वतंत्रता दिन। तो इस स्वतंत्रता दिन के अवसर पे मतलब अभी हो गया, बट स्वतंत्रता दिन जब से स्वतंत्र हुए हर एक दिन स्वतंत्रता दिन हुए। तो इसी अवसर पे हम आपके सामने एक बहुत ही मशहूर ऐसा केसरी फिल्म का ये गीत आगे पेश कर रहे हैं। गाणं चालू असताना फक्त फॉग मारू नका प्लीज. तब जाके कहीं हमने सर पे ये केसरी रंग सजाया है। मेरी ज़मीं अफसोस नहीं जो तेरे लिए सौ दर्द से महफूज रहे तेरी याद से ना चाहे जान ये रहे न रहे। हाँ मेरी ज़मीं महबूब मेरी मेरी नस नस में तेरा इश्क बहे फीका न पड़े कभी रंग तेरा जिस्मों से निकल के खून कहे। तेरी मिट्टी में मिल जावा गुल बन के मैं खिल जावा इतनी सी है दिल की आरज़ू। तेरी नदियों में बह जावा तेरे खेतों में लहरावा इतनी सी है दिल की आरज़ू। सरसों से भरे कलियान मेरे ना झूम के भंगड़ा पाड़ सका आबाद रहे वो गाँव मेरा वापस जा न सका। हो वतना में मेरा वतना में तेरा मेरा प्यार निराला था कुर्बान हुआ तेरी असमत पे मैं कितना नसीबों वाला था। तेरी मिट्टी में मिल जावा गुल बन के मैं खिल जावा इतनी सी है दिल की आरज़ू। तेरी नदियों में बह जावा तेरे खेतों में लहरावा इतनी सी है दिल की आरज़ू। केसरी और एक पेट्रोटिक सॉन्ग मैशअप एक है जो हमने ट्राई किया है क्रिएट करना। सो अभी एक आपके सामने एक पेट्रोटिक मैशअप हम आपके सामने सादर करते हैं। मेरे वतन है वतन आबाद रहे तू आबाद रहे तू मिट्टी की है जो खुशबू तू कैसे भुलाएगा तू चाहे कहीं जाए तू लौट के आएगा नई नई राहों में दबी दबी आहों में खोए खोए दिल से तेरे कोई ये कहेगा ये जो देश है तेरा स्वदेश है तेरा तुझे है पुकारा कि वो बंधन है जो कभी टूट नहीं सकता ये जो देश है तेरा स्वदेश है तेरा तुझे है पुकारा कि वो बंधन है जो कभी टूट नहीं सकता ओ माँ ओ माँ तेरे पास ही मैं आ रहा हूँ अपनी बाहें खोल दे जोर से तुझको गले लगा लो मुझको फिर वो प्यार दे ओ तू ही दिल लगी है तू ही मेरी मोहब्बत है तेरे ही पैरों में जन्नत है तू ही दिल तुझा माँ तुझे सलाम माँ तुझे सलाम हम तुझे सलाम माँ तुझे सलाम वंदे मातरम 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 पेट्रियोटिज्म हो गया। सो अभी चलते हैं थोड़े रेट्रो फॉर्म की तरफ। आपके सामने एक ऐसे फनकार का गीत जो सदियों से चला आ रहा है और सदियों तक चलेगा। तो ऐसे फनकार का गीत अभी आपके सामने पेश कर रहे हैं। याद करो अपनी वो पुरानी यादें, वो वक्त गाइए साहब मेरे साथ।
पल पल दिल के पास तू रहती हो, पल पल दिल के पास तू रहती हो। जीवन मीठी प्यार ये कहती हो, पल पल दिल के पास तू रहती हो। हर शाम आँखों पर तेरा चल लहराए, हर रात यादों की बारात ले आए। मैं सांस लेता हूँ, तेरी खुशबू आती है, एक महका महका सा पैगाम लाता है। मेरे दिल की धड़कन भी तेरे गीत गाती है। पल पल दिल के पास तुम रहती हो, पल पल दिल के पास रहती हो।
अपने बॉलीवुड की दुनिया में या संगीत की दुनिया में मेलोडी किंग नाम से मशहूर ऐसा, मतलब पुराने जमाने में मेलोडी किंग थे मोहम्मद रफी साहब, बट न्यू जॉनर में अगर मोहम्मद रफी जी को अगर आप उनकी गले में सुनना चाहते हो, उनकी हरकतें सुनना चाहते हो, तो अभी एक ही सिंगर है। कौन है बता सकता है? अगर मोहम्मद रफी जी से कंपैरिजन नहीं है, बट उनसे सीखा हुआ, मतलब उनको उनकी गाने सीख के, उनके गाने सुन के जिन्होंने अपने करियर की शुरुआत की और जो पहले पड़ाव में उनके ही गाने गाते थे, ऐसे लेजेंडरी सिंगर मिस्टर सोनू निगम जी का ये नेक्स्ट जो गाना है हम आपके सामने पेश करने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं।
मुझ में कहीं बाकी थोड़ी सी है जिंदगी, जगी धड़कन नहीं, जाना जिंदा मैं तो कुछ ऐसी लगन इस लम्हे में है, ये लम्हा कहाँ था मेरा, अब है सामने इसे छू लूं जरा, मर जाऊं या जी लूं जरा, खुशियाँ चूम लूं यारो मर जाऊं या जी लूं धूप में जलते हुए तन को छाया पेड़ की मिल गई, रोते बच्चे की हंसी जैसे फुसलाने से फिर गई। कुछ ऐसा ही अब महसूस दिल को हो रहा है, बरसों के पुराने जख्मों पे मरहम लगा सा है। कुछ ऐसा रहम इस लम्हे में है, ये लम्हा कहा था मेरा, अब है सामने, इसे छू लूं जरा, मर जाऊं या जी लूं जरा, खुशियाँ चूम लूं या रो लूं जरा, मर जाऊं या जी लूं जरा। सामने इसे छू लूं जरा, मर जाऊं या जी लूं जरा।
हम कोशिश कर रहे हैं कि जितने गाने आपको सुना सकें उतने थोड़े फास्ट चल रहे हैं, ताकि चीफ गेस्ट आने के बाद थोड़ा पैकअप हो जाएगा। इसलिए हम कोशिश करें कि जितने शो फ्लो में गाने उतने हम आपको सुना पाए।
नीले नीले अंबर पर चांद जब आए, प्यार बरसाए, हमको तरसाए, ऐसा कोई साथी हो, ऐसा कोई प्रेमी हो, प्यास दिल की बुझा जाए। नीले नीले अंबर पर चांद जब आए, प्यार बरसाए, हमको तरसाए, ऐसा कोई साथी हो, ऐसा कोई प्रेमी हो, प्यास दिल की बुझा जाए। नीले नीले अंबर पर चांद जब आए, प्यार बरसाए, हमको तरसाए। जब छूते हैं अंबर को, प्यासा प्यासा अंबर जब छूता है सागर को, ऊंचे ऊंचे पर्वत जब छूते हैं अंबर को, प्यासा प्यासा अंबर जब छूता है सागर को, प्यार से कसने को, बाहों में बसने को, दिल मेरा ललचाए, कोई तो आ जाए, ऐसा कोई साथी हो, ऐसा कोई प्रेमी हो, प्यास दिल की बुझा जाए। नीले नीले अंबर पर चांद जब आए प्यार बरसाए हमको तरसाए
क्या बात
ठंडे ठंडे झोंके जब बालों को सहलाए तपती तपती किरणें जब गालों को छू जाए ठंडे ठंडे झोंके जब बालों को सहलाए तपती तपती किरणें जब गालों को छू जाए सांसों की गर्मी को हाथों की नरमी को मेरा मन तरसाए कोई तो छू जाए ऐसा कोई साथी हो ऐसा कोई प्रेमी हो प्यास दिल की बुझा जाए नीले नीले अंबर पर चांद जब आए प्यार बरसाए हमको तरसाए ला 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 ला
थैंक यू
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and a warm welcome to all of you. Please welcome our chief guest, Shri U.P. Singh, Secretary Textiles, Ministry of Textiles, Government of India, Chairman Textiles Committee, with a standing ovation. On the 50th Foundation Day of Textiles Committee, let me introduce you to Textiles Committee. The Textiles Committee is a pan-India organization with 22 regional offices and 17 laboratories. To serve the industry in a better way, Textiles Committee has diversified its activities. In the post-liberalization era, the Textiles Committee has reoriented its role from being a regulatory organization to become a facilitator for quality improvement in Indian textile and clothing industry. Today, the Textiles Committee is the largest one-stop service center for activities such as quality appraisals and certifications, testings, research and development, consultancy in multi-management systems, market research activities, and cluster-level programs, among others. The Textiles Committee also handles major government projects such as the Handloom Mark, ginning and pressing rating systems, training programs like the Integrated Skill Development Schemes and UNTAD projects. This change showcases the flexibility and commitment of the Textiles Committee personnel as they successfully switched to new roles and gain acceptance in the industry as true service providers. As the Textiles Committee is commemorating its 50th Foundation Day today, it aims to continue to serve the textile industry and nation with excellence. Today we are honored to have the distinguished guest with us to celebrate this day. It is a great pleasure to welcome such a noble personality, Shri U.P. Singh, Secretary Textiles, Government of India, and Chairman Textiles Committee as our chief guest today. So, on behalf of one and all present here, may I request Shri Ajit Chavan, Secretary Textiles Committee, to escort our chief guest on dais. Okay.
वेलकम यू सर हम आपसे पूछना चाहते हैं कि आप ओल्ड सॉन्ग सुनना चाहेंगे या न्यू सॉन्ग मतलब सूफी सॉन्ग ओके सर ओके थैंक यू सर पेश करें
हंसी रुख को संवरने की जरूरत क्या है, हंसी रुख को संवरने की जरूरत क्या है, साजगी में भी कयामत की अदा होती है, तुम जो आते हो मस्जिद में अदा करने नमाज, तुमको क्या मालूम है कितनों की कज़ा होती है, ऐसे लहरा के तू रूबरू आ गई, ऐसे लहरा के तू रूबरू आ गई, धड़कने बेतहाशा तड़पने लगी, धड़कने बेतहाशा तड़पने लगी, तेरे सा लगा दर्द सा जगा, तेरे सा लगा दर्द सा जगा, चोट दिल पे जो खाई मजा आ गया। ऐसे लहरा के तू रूबरू आ गई, ऐसे लहरा के तू रूबरू आ गई, धड़कने बेतहाशा तड़पने लगी, धड़कने बेतहाशा तड़पने लगी, तेरे ऐसा लगा हो, तेरे ऐसा लगा दर्द ऐसा जगा, चोट दिल में जो खाई मजा आ गया, मेरे रश के कमर मेरे रश के कमर, तूने पहली नजर जब नजर से मिलाई मजा आ गया, मेरे रश के कमर तूने पहली नजर, मेरे रश के कमर तूने पहली नजर, जब नजर से मिलाई मजा आ गया, जब नजर से मिलाई मजा आ गया, रेत ही रेत थी मेरे दिल में भरी, रेत ही रेत थी मेरे दिल में भरी, बारिशें गिर के आई मजा आ नजर, जब नजर से मिलाई मजा आ गया, मेरे रश के कमर तूने पहली नजर, जब नजर से मिलाई मजा आ गया, जब नजर से मिलाई मजा आ गया, जब नजर से मिलाई मजा आ गया। Thank you so much.
इस शाम की इतनी अच्छी शुरुआत करने के लिए टेक्सटाइल्स कमेटी की तरफ से मैं हारमोनी बैंड का शुक्रिया अदा करती हूँ। Today, we are honored to have the distinguished guest with us to celebrate this day. It is a great pleasure to welcome such a noble personality, Shri U.P. Singh, Secretary Textiles, Government of India and Chairman Textiles Committee as our chief guest today. So, on behalf of one and all present here, may I request Shri Ajit Chavan, Secretary Textiles Committee, to escort our chief guest on dais. It is a moment of extreme pleasure to welcome our special guest, Shri Suresh Kotak, Chairman Kotak and Company. On behalf of Textiles Committee, may I request Shri Kartikeya Dhanda, Director Laboratories, to escort our special guest, Shri Suresh Kotak, Chairman Kotak and Company. It is a great pleasure to extend a welcome to our guest of honor, Srimati Ruparashi, Textile Commissioner and Vice Chairperson's Textiles Committee. I request Madam to come on the dais.
Dignitaries.
Textiles Committee welcomes Dr. Pradeep Kumar Agarwal, Chief Managing Director, Cotton Corporation of India. I request sir to come on the dais. And now I welcome and request the eminent speakers to come on the dais. Shri Mahesh Kudav, Founder and Managing Director, Venus Safety and Health Private Limited. Shri Anil Johri, former CEO, NABCB. I request Ms. Meher Castellino Mistry, Miss India 1964, and an eminent personality from fashion industry to come on the dais. Good evening everybody and warm welcome on the occasion of 58th Foundation Day of Textiles Committee. मैं श्री सेक्रेटरी श्री अजीत चौहान से अनुरोध करती हूँ कि वो हमारे चीफ गेस्ट श्री यूपी सिंह सेक्रेटरी टेक्सटाइल्स गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया एंड चेयरमैन टेक्सटाइल्स कमेटी का फ्लावर बुके देकर स्वागत करें और मोमेंटो देकर सम्मान करें. मैं डायरेक्टर लेबोरेटरीज श्री कार्तिकेय धांडा जी से अनुरोध करती हूँ कि वो हमारे स्पेशल गेस्ट श्री सुरेश कोटक, चेयरमैन कोटक एंड कंपनी का फ्लावर बुके देकर स्वागत करें और मोमेंटो देकर सम्मान करें. डायरेक्टर मार्केट रिसर्च श्री तपन कुमार राउत जी से अनुरोध करती हूँ कि वो हमारे गेस्ट ऑफ ऑनर श्रीमती रूपराशि मैम, टेक्सटाइल्स कमिश्नर एंड वाइस चेयरपर्सन टेक्सटाइल्स कमेटी का फ्लावर बुके देकर स्वागत करें और मेमेंटो देकर सम्मान करें. डायरेक्टर लेबोरेटरीज श्री कार्तिकेय धांडा जी से अनुरोध करती हूँ कि वो हमारे गेस्ट डॉक्टर प्रदीप कुमार अग्रवाल, चीफ मैनेजिंग डायरेक्टर कॉटन कॉरपोरेशन ऑफ इंडिया का फ्लावर बुके देकर स्वागत करें और मेमेंटो देकर सम्मान करें. डायरेक्टर ईपीक्यूए श्री जेडी बर्मन जी से अनुरोध करती हूँ कि वो हमारे एमिनेंट स्पीकर श्री महेश कुड़व, फाउंडर एंड मैनेजिंग डायरेक्टर वीनस सेफ्टी एंड हेल्थ प्राइवेट लिमिटेड का फ्लावर बुके देकर स्वागत करें और मेमेंटो देकर सम्मान करें। मैं जॉइंट डायरेक्टर आरएसए टीक्यूएम डॉक्टर के.एस. मुरलीधरा से अनुरोध करती हूँ कि वो हमारे एमिनेंट स्पीकर श्री अनिल जौहरी, फॉर्मर सीईओ एनएबीसीबी का फ्लावर बुके देकर स्वागत करें और मेमेंटो देकर सम्मान करें। मैं डायरेक्टर लैबोरेटरीज श्री कार्तिकेय डांडा जी से अनुरोध करती हूँ कि वो हमारे एमिनेंट स्पीकर मिस मेहर कैस्टेलिनो मिस्त्री, मिस इंडिया 1964 एंड एन एमिनेंट पर्सनालिटी फ्रॉम फैशन इंडस्ट्री का फ्लावर बुके देकर स्वागत करें और मेमेंटो देकर सम्मान करें। मैं डायरेक्टर ईपीक्यूए श्री जेडी बर्मन जी से अनुरोध करती हूँ कि वे हमारे सीईओ श्री अजीत चौहान जी का फ्लावर बुके देकर स्वागत करें और मेमेंटो देकर सम्मान करें। कोई भी पूजा हो या किसी समारोह का शुभारंभ, समस्त शुभ कार्यों का आरंभ दीप प्रज्वलन से होता है। जिस प्रकार दीप की ज्योति हमेशा ऊपर की ओर उठी रहती है, उसी प्रकार मानव की वृत्ति भी सदा ऊपर ही उठे, यही दीप प्रज्वलन का अर्थ है। मैं आप सभी माननीयों से अनुरोध करती हूँ कि वे दीप प्रज्वलन के लिए पधारें।
सूर्यकोटि समप्रभ वक्रतुण्ड महाकाय निर्विघ्नं कुरु मे देव निर्विघ्नं कुरु मे देव सर्वकार्येषु सर्वदा वक्रतुण्ड महाकाय सूर्यकोटि समप्रभ
Now I request Shri Ajit Chavan, Secretary Textiles Committee, to deliver welcome address and perspective settings.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. It's my personal privilege to welcome the chief guest of today's function, Honorable UP Singh Sir, Secretary Textiles and Chairman Textiles Committee, who despite his busy schedule and ongoing meetings with the Agriculture Ministry, has traveled all the way to Mumbai to bless us. I would also like to welcome Srimati Roop Rashi Madam, Textile Commissioner and Vice Chairman of Textiles Committee. I'd like to welcome veteran cotton man, Shri Suresh Bhai, and a constant support for us, and successful first generation entrepreneur, Shri Mahesh Rao Kudav, Anil Johri ji, an acclaimed expert in the conformity assessment certification business, and an ex-CEO NABCB, Madam Meher Castellina ji, Agarwal ji, and friends from the industry, captains of the industry, and distinguished guests, employees of Textiles Committee and CCI, and members of the media. Textiles Committee came to birth on 22nd August 1964 through an act of parliament which was made implemented from 22nd of August. It's a statutory body, pan-India organization with 22 offices today. It used to be 31 at some point of time, and 17 laboratories. Textile Committee is it's an organization which is whose mandate is to work in the field of quality in machinery and textiles, and it has been going through a long phase of almost six decades, and it's different things for different people. It's a damsel for people who joined at that time. It's a mother to the newcomers. It is she is a aging lady for me as a CEO when I see, but aging, but a very charming lady whose charm is increasing by the day. We are so enchanted with her charm that even after being promoted as Joint Secretary in my cadre, I have last year I'm still hanging around in this organization, sir. So it's a lady who has got enormous charm, and it has, of course, it has its own tribulations. It has its own ups and downs during her journey of 6 decades. I would briefly go, outline her journey for everybody here. The Textiles Committee was a regulator when it started. It was, it was in charge in the 60s and 70s. Up to early 80s, it was all about pre-inspections, compulsory pre-shipment inspections, quality checks. That was a time when we started the laboratory for in-house requirements. It was in this two decades of time, we increased the number of laboratories. Then we introduced GSP for the European business for exports to Europe. And then there was that overwhelming and all-encompassing cess that the committee was asked to collect from the manufacturers. Many of the old generation ones would remember us for that. And there were major, it was the beginning of bilateral agreements. There were 3 major bilateral agreements where we played an important role. Thereafter, of course, we metamorphosed in the 90s when the liberalization era came, there was a lot of change that was required in the sector, and the Textile Committee endured and transformed itself to the new challenges in terms of opening up of the trade to, and moving away from the quota regime. The commercial testing of textile, initially it was not meant to be a commercial testing business, but in the early 90s when we opened up to the markets, that was a time when we took up commercial testing of textiles, and Textile Committee got involved with the standardization process, wherein it was an integral part, and in many of the standards that came out from the BIS, Textiles Committee was one of the one of the majors, if not major contributors, if not chairman of committees. I'm glad to inform everyone today. BIS has 1,400 standards in the textile sector, and many of them in the formulation, Textile Committee has played a very major role. That was a time when we also opened up the ISO cell, where we promoted the international standards and we educated the industry as per their requirements. There was during this phase, techno-economic census of ginning and pressing industry was done. This was a precursor for the government to bring in the technology mission on cotton, sir. The study that the census that was done by the committee resulted into the formulation of the technology mission on cotton. Thereafter, in the decade starting with 2000, we expanded the quality paradigm, and we moved on from ISO to total quality management, where the industry's requirement of other international standards, for instance ISO 9000, ISO 14000, social accountability standards, OSHA's, BSCI, and so on and so forth. We acquired that capability to reach out to the industry, and more than 600 industry units, largely in the south of India, benefited out of the consultancy that Textiles Committee, dispensed with. This was a time when even the scope and the scale of the laboratories was increased. This was a time when the first major modernization was taken up in the Textiles Committee, insofar as the insofar as laboratory is concerned. Then there was we moved on from quality control to quality assurance, and also started working cluster development programs. A testimony to our work was given by the then UNIDO cluster development program chief, sir. They said that, I'll just quote, that they would take at least 3 years to do the kind of activities that were done by committee under cluster development program during 8 months, is indeed a fitting tribute to the adaptability and commitment of the Textiles Committee and its employees. So the fact of the matter that I would like to mention, and which I'm very proud as a CEO of this organization, is whatever be the challenges out of every decades of development and changes, Textile Committee has tried to come of age and be of relevance, sir. This was also a time when we worked very closely with UNCTAD, and we had, this was a time when we started doing work in the handloom sector, and India, the handloom mark scheme was also initiated during this decade, sir. Then comes the current decade, which is 2020 wala decade, where we've done, we've adapted ourselves, we've worked on we've worked on the country-specific strategies, sir. I'm proud to say that we have acquired some kind of expertise in the country of Japan, where we are trying to make a dent in improving our share in the market. We've also worked very aggressively in the field of GI, the protection of India's heritage, sir. I'm glad to inform everyone that we are one of the largest stakeholders in terms of promoting the GIs. 63 unique textile handicrafts have been awarded GI, where we have played a major role, sir. And then there was India Handloom brand, which is again this decade. Of course, I would like to mention that we are planning in such a way that we would be one of the largest quality mark issuing agency in the world, sir. Today we have handloom mark. We are working on. We have India Handloom brand. This thing we are working on Kasturi Cotton India mark, sir. We have jute mark. We have khadi mark, and we are planning to have wool and pashmina mark soon, sir. With your kind approvals in the ministry, we'll try to do that, sir. but we are also mindful of the challenges that are coming in the next decade, sir. Under your leadership, we are trying to gear ourselves to the challenges posed by sustainability issues, circularity issues, then the issues relating to need for technological upgradation in the textile sector, sir. So with your with everybody's love and patronage of the Ministry of Textiles, we would like to assure you, sir, that we will not let the dignity of our old lady go in vain. We will try everything possible to uphold it and be of relevance to the industry, to the ministry, sir. With these few words, I would like to welcome all of you once again, and thank you very much, sir, for sparing time for coming and blessing us with your presence, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Shri Suresh Kotak is a man both of vision and mission. He has been conferred Cotton and Finance Merit Award by the then Chief Minister of Gujarat, Honorable Shri Narendra Modi ji, for his invaluable contribution in cotton and general business. Now I request our special guest, Shri Suresh Kotak ji, Chairman, Kotak and Company, to share his views with us.
आप सबको नमस्कार. Respected Textile Secretary Yogendra ji, respected Textile Commissioner Roop Rashi ji, respected CMD CCI Pradeep ji Agarwal, and various honored guests who have come, Maheshji Kudau, Anil Johri, Meherben Castellino, and various dignitaries I see in the audience, Prem Bhai, the Texprosil chairman and DG. Sir, I am very glad to be here amongst you all. This is a good occasion to express my views, and I have been tasked to give some views on what are the imperatives and what is the way forward and what is the way and how Textile Committee could adjust. First and foremost, I am happy to greet and express my happiness and delight at the Textile Committee's this saga of progress and a journey of 58 years. And the 58 years over which every decade something or other new adaptation, which I would call reformational adaptation. The reformational adaptation is being contextual and playing to the requirement and circumstances of the need of the textile industry, and that I would describe as reformational adaptation. So looking to the history, I have seen various saga of progress, and every decade or during a substantial change which has come, you have tried to adapt yourself, and that adaptation has been a continuous process. So I congratulate everyone of Textile Committee, the chairman sir, you Roop Rashi ji ben and Ajit ji, आप सबको मैं मेरा बहुत बहुत congratulations और अभिनंदन. Friends, this is a journey in the spectrum of textiles. And one thing which I have noticed, which has run through concurrently, that is the stress on quality, stress on value proposition and value integration. Because I tried to read various saga, various kind of the developments, and I have come to conclusion that one note is currently at all the stages, and these are the 3 points which I have marked. That also leads us also to the point to notice today's context. Okay, what is contextual and what relates, what needs to be changed? What are the imperatives and what should we do and how we become relevant and contextual, and that is the point I would request everybody to listen, and I would request Textile Committee also to work together with the industry in the most cordial and collaborative way, because I belong myself to industry. The subject is what are imperatives for our textile sectors, which is passing through, sir. Everybody knows that we are passing through a turmoil and turbulence. Also, we have to find out how to apply correctives, because the present things are really not workable, not tolerable. It will do us lot of damage, and we have to recognize what are our imperatives. The imperative number 1 and the primary most, sir, I am permitted to repeat your statement at various points, that what our industry needs is raw material security. This you have been repeating at various forums, and on the 29th May meeting also, you made it a central point of the agenda that I remember, and I considered it first imperative, that the security of material to the textile sector is the imperative most. And this is my point number 1. My point number 2 is that after we are able to get sufficient, not after but together with it, we have to find out what can give us the sufficiency of cotton, and that we have to find out whether in a short period through imports or also with productivity measures, crop protection. And for all that, sir, I may submit the TAG is also trying to work in that direction with all the textile industry, as well as the government, the textile ministry, as well as cotton corporation, all working together. This is a great public-private partnership which is taking place. So after this thing, the quality of cotton, which Textile Committee also stresses, is also a very important point, and it is a central objective which is running through. We have here, my suggestion would be to request Textile Committee that we need to work out in certain ways in which we have better vigilance, or we can try to prevent certain malpractices, such as we have to see that the kind of the equipments which are necessary, pre-cleaner and post-cleaner, are there in every factory, and that Textile Committee should take up as a mandate of the improvement of quality. Because today what happens, that after they obtain the certificate and all the, I saw the list of certificate, after obtaining certificate, they just ignore this part, and this needs to be corrected absolutely as urgent, important, as a sine qua non measure. Secondly, I would suggest that we need to adopt packing and methodology at the ginning level, which very nicely, very ably, and very demonstratively demonstrated and popularized by CCI, that is Cotton Corporation of India. I give total credit to Cotton Corporation for having this kind of a model which every ginning factory must adopt, because it has all the elements of branding, it has all the elements which can give sustainability, traceability, and lot of factors can emerge out of it. If you see, every bale is marked, every bale describes, every bale is open, every bale is transparent, and this gives a great weightage to our cotton. So this is my suggestion, imperative number 2. Number 3rd imperative, my request to Textile Committee and also to find out various ways in which so they are able to monitor and observe the ginning factories on an ongoing basis, not once you are doing first evaluation as per the standard prescribed, but the latest standard as well as latest necessity kindly incorporate, and please do, Textile Committee is can do a wonderful job. Sir, I may take an advantage of your presence. Sir, third thing which we need in a textile sector is we must have certain cotton indicators built into our system of pricing, because our various price movements that take place, there must be certain landmark and poses where we can get alerts that now something needs to be done. For example, sir, ICAC has a system called the ratio of stock to use. Now, stock to use is used ICAC as an indicator to the kind of surplus or deficit in the country. Now, this is a very important concept so that government can adjust its policy to this. I remember in 2010, there was a decision at Cotton Advisory Board, and government also accepted that, and that was 2 months stock for the industry, as because the logistics and even Indian logistics and all systems take time. So this can be worked out, and I would suggest the industry to give a note on a concept, and the government and ourselves, we should work out certain indicators or landmarks on which the policy can be evoked. Policy of imports, policy of exports, the policy of how the security. Sir, your basic point, I have been repeating myself every day, that the basic point is security of raw material to the industry. If that is not there, sir, we will not be able to succeed. And this is my very strong view. I may also share with my friends that I have participated in many of the projects of Textile Committee. 2005, when you also given, when DFID, and you know, you were monitoring, and along with you, Indian Merchants Chamber, and I was appointed from Indian Merchants Chamber. We both together worked on handlooms, and I can tell you from Indian Merchants Chamber, with your collaboration and this thing, we have published 2 books on handloom, and I must compliment the best work on handloom was done with this DFID program, and then the brand and logo of handloom emerged. We also work together on number of things. I have attended many of your meetings. I like your developments on the defense textile that you have produced, which I have heard and I have read about it. And secondly, I have also seen how textile waste you want to reuse or reconvert. This is an environmental point. I will not take very long, but I wish the function a great success to Textile Committee. And at the end, I would only suggest, sir, we have to work together, and let me tell you on behalf of the industry and stakeholder that we have all awakened ourselves, we have arisen, and we are also trying our best to cooperate with the government. We are becoming Atmanirbhar, and let us work together collaboratively the way in which we have started doing. Sir, that will give us a great future, and I am so helpful and very happy to meet you all. Jai Hind. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for expressing your views. Shri Mahesh Kuda, founder and managing director, Venus Safety and Health Private Limited, a lead producer of PPE and one of the renowned and quality-conscious exporter of N95 masks to the world. Now I request our eminent speaker, Shri Mahesh Kuda, founder and managing director, Venus Safety and Health, to share his views.
Good evening, respected Textile Secretary UD Singh ji, respected Textile Commissioner Roop Rashi ji and distinguished members on the dais, and my friends. Congratulations to Textile Committee on the 58 glorious years and the constant transformation done to fulfill the dynamic needs of the country and the industry. My today's talk shall be based on the theme Think Global, Act Local, related to technical textile protect segment. I have been associated in the PPE international and national market for last 3 decades. So today I represent here also as a voice of ITA, Indian Technical Textiles Association, and SAMA, Safety Appliance Manufacturers Association. My views I would express in 2 stages, sir. Let me come to stage 1, Act Local, which is already being implemented. I congratulate Textile Ministry, Textile Commissioner's Office and Textile Committee. In times of pandemic of COVID, you worked with dedication, which I have personally witnessed. You have increased the number of PPE manufacturers from mere and handful to maybe couple of hundreds. And this could overcome the national calamity. You have done several initiatives, and in past years, such as centers of excellence were established, test facilities were created, premier institutes like IITs were encouraged for R&D partnership with a win-win outcome to the industry and the institute and students, involving BIS in fleeting changes, including cluster lab facility, standards revision with involvement of all stakeholders, and recognizing private testing agencies, which were always difficult for the manufacturers to get BIS approval. The HSN code from 8-digit to 10-digit for technical textiles, which were earlier classified as others, has been of great importance to us. Increasing import duty, quality control orders for textile products, and GEM implementation for all products, including training for workers, textile parks, and PLI schemes, have been of immense benefit to the industry. All the above we know are constantly fine-tuned for continuous improvement, and this has also been demonstrated by involving relevant stakeholders. Some further initiatives required are mandatory use of PPE products in India and further increase in import duties. The stage 2, which is most important now onwards for us, which is Act Global and not just Think Global. So in this stage, I would like to give some information that China today sales PP is 60% of the world market. This whole sales is about 35 to 40 billion dollars, or 250,000 crores. It is a great opportunity to replace this due to the geopolitical reasons that we have today. We have to achieve what China did, sir, in 15 to 20 years in a much shorter time. And this should be with an objective to make our country a global hub of PPE and technical textiles. Identifying the imperatives and looking forward on Indian textile sector and role of Textile Committee is the appropriate context for the same. Let me sum up my views, sir, on the same. Textile Committee should apply the current physical and human resources as national test agencies, sir, for creating a world-class technical textile lab with appropriate additional resources as per international standards. Private agencies will not invest as it does not fit into their return of investment calculations. Also, centers of excellence, sir, which I have visited, are doing a great job, but their focus will be more on induction of new entrepreneurs in technical textiles for meeting the domestic needs. Technical Textile Committee should validate results with European labs for correlation. And this in future, we should explore to get Textile Committee to be recognized as a test agency for European Union, thereby reducing cost to our entrepreneurs, because I am well aware the European laboratories are falling short of staff. And with our current situation and recognition of our country, I am sure they'll recognize laboratories of our country as their test laboratory. Textile Committee installed equipment by policy, sir, should not be just for quality results, but should be accessible for experience of all stakeholders, students, and research and development, as this is very essential for development of technical textiles technology. Textiles Committee should actively participate in product ISO standardization committee and national standards. Textile scientists, committee scientists should be exposed, sir, to international PPE laboratories and environment as a training requisite, because then only we could have our laboratories on technical textiles which are world class. Textile Committee should also develop a research in global market data, which our industry is lacking, and making it available for exports. We further require, sir, our entrepreneurs to think big, because if we have to become a global hub, it is not just the Textile Committee, but even the entrepreneurs should think big. In this, I would say that Textile Committee could conduct more ISO 9001-2015 kind of programs, awareness programs, which are now based on operating excellence. And this could be for international business most important. More so ever, because today the social and environmental requirements of the world community are also getting very enhanced. Post-COVID, sir, we would like to see more mobilization of accreditation and Z-like boards, which will help the industries to come to the next level. Skilled talent, particularly not in just production, but we would like to see more skilled talent available from colleges in international sales development, which I have seen in Far Eastern countries. And this is lacking, and this has to be developed, because we would be able to produce great goods, but ultimately for sales we require skilled talent. Technical textiles, sir, has many entry barriers, and that's what is rewarding for long-term sustainability. Thank you very much, sir, for giving me opportunity of sharing Ita's and Sama's thoughts. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for your valuable suggestions. Our eminent speaker, Shri Anil Johri ji, former CEO, NABCB, and lead expert on standards, conformity, assessment, and TBT issues. Now I request our eminent speaker, Shri Anil Johri ji, to share some words with us on this event.
PPT लगाया? Great. Great, thank you very much. कहाँ पे है? I thought there was no scope for PPTs. Great. Thank you very much, Mr. Chavan, for inviting me here and giving me an opportunity to share some thoughts from my experience in this field. I'm a blessed one in some ways. I worked in all the three most well-known quality bodies in India. That is BIS for about 26 years, 13 years in Quality Council of India, National Accreditation Board for Certification Bodies, and 3 years in Export Inspection Council. Mr. Chavan is aware. Our friendship goes back to his days in commerce. So, and I've been part of trade negotiations, starting with India-Singapore in 2003, through EU aborted negotiations and India-US negotiations. A couple of times with the Commerce Minister, I've been to US for the negotiations. So I'll share some thoughts, and I'm hoping to catch attention of Secretary Textiles. Incidentally, I think he comes from IIT Kanpur, so do I. So I'm hoping he'll pay me some extra attention because of that. First, let me compliment Textiles Committee on 58 years of its existence, and let me confess that I have a soft corner for Textiles Committee. Because in 2006, when I joined NABCB, I was given the responsibility of operating the inspection body accreditation program. And I shot out letters to several organizations that we have started a new program as per international standards, and why don't you come forward for accreditation? And one of the first ones to respond was Textiles Committee of that day. And they invited me, and my first visit to Textiles Committee was in 2006 of June of 2006, when I made a presentation to the then Secretary, Textiles Committee and the officers on ISO 17020. And instantly, he took a decision that we will go for accreditation. I mean, I've seen plenty of government organizations taking decisions and not following up. So there was nothing new. But what was new was, a year later, I was surprised to have a visitor from Textiles Committee in my room who said, sir, last year you had made a presentation. We are now ready to apply. We have done our homework and we are ready. And then Textiles Committee did apply. I was here as part of the assessment team. And then they got accredited, and they can claim it forever. It's a lifelong honor that they were the first accredited inspection body in India, because there was nobody else. And for a government organization to do that, having known government from very close quarters, that was a really, truly a memorable achievement. Now, coming to some of my thoughts on what needs to be done and where Textiles Committee should be taking a lead. Typically, we are facing three challenges in the global market. Number one, we are facing regulations, and you know textiles is an area prone to regulations. PPs are prone to regulations, textiles are prone to regulations, textiles machinery is prone to regulations. Second, we are facing private or voluntary standards. You know how many are there. If you go to Tirupur, you will find hosts of them there. And third, which is not very well recognized, is conformity assessment. A study in WTO showed that the trade concerns raised in TBT committee, 70% are due to conformity assessment, and 30% are only due to standards. And that is understandable, because you can standardize a product and you can say, okay, we have all come to an international standard for a product, but for conformity assessment, there's no single model. I might rely on test report, I might ask for an inspection, I might ask for a self-declaration. There are a whole lot of models, so there's never going to be a single model of conformity assessment. That is the third challenge that we face. Let me give you one simple example of how it can affect the market. In 2017, while I was still in service, till 2019, I was asked by Commerce Department to look into a notification, import notification on toys, which was intended to arrest the import of substandard toys. And they said, despite this notification, no change has taken place, and in fact, the imports have grown. So can you look at this notification and tell us what's wrong with that? One look at that one-page notification, a short one-page notification. One look at that, I said, what do you expect out of this notification when you say you will accept test results from any laboratory around the world? You don't even ask for an accredited laboratory. How do you expect that it will arrest the inflow? They said, can you redraft it? I simply made one change in that. I put a requirement that test reports must come from NABL accredited labs. And DGFT issued that notification on 1st of September 2017, and believe me, I didn't realize that they will do it without any transition time. That was a surprise to me. But believe me, from 1st September 2017, there were 0 imports of toys, because nobody had a test report from an NABL accredited lab. So all imports stopped. For the next 6 months, industry was in all kinds of trouble. Because what did we do? We just tweaked the conformity assessment procedure, that's all. So we need to understand that conformity assessment is important. Now, what is the issue in India? I was asked to make a presentation to the Commerce Minister of the time, Nirmala Sitharaman, in 2017 of July by Department of Commerce. Number one, there are a whole lot of sectors which were at that time unregulated and are unregulated today. PP is one of them, incidentally. As of today, there are no regulations. On 1st October, you will have regulations. Medical PPs only, mind you. Textile is another sector. Textile machinery is unregulated today in India. Anybody can export textile machinery to India. No, there's no requirement of any kind of regulation. Where regulations are laid down, we are short of international class. We don't rely on international standards. Our pharma regulations are short of international class. Our Ayush regulations are short of international class. Our medical devices regulations which are coming in are short of international class. So what do you expect?
developed countries will still access your market because they are already making to international standards. Third, of course, is the challenge of private standards. You know all, those who are exporting would know that whole lot of private standards. I am doing a project right now in Ethiopia on Ecotech standard to upgrade an Ethiopian textile manufacturer to those standards. And then, you know, we are giving preference to foreign goods. Some of the schemes in Textiles Commissioner's office, my request to you is to look at them, that you are probably asking for foreign certifications, which why should we ask for foreign certification in the domestic market? Please look at that. We'll offline, I'll have a discussion with you. So what we need to do is, first, we need to review globally what are the regulations in textiles. Is it banned dyes, it is chemicals, it is flammability, it is machinery safety. We need to have a global view and decide that these are the areas which are under regulation in other countries, and we need to have regulations for the same things in India. We don't have regulations. Not having regulation hurts Indian consumer. It hurts Indian industry because it subjects it to unfair competition. We also need to realize, to examine whether we are capable of meeting international standards. If we are not, as an industry as a whole, not a few exporters, as a whole, industry as a whole, pharma industry as a whole today is not able to meet WHO GMP. Medical device industry is being forced now to meet as a whole. Again, because that's very important. 20% people do meet, 80% don't meet. So we still pitch our regulations short of international class. And that doesn't help us. Now, if our regulations are not there, or they are short of international class, then I'm asked sometimes, we want to sign an MRA with, say, UK. But what do you present to them? You don't have a system in place. Mutual recognition of what? We don't have a system in place. Either our regulations is so international that we can present that our international world class, please accept the goods as they are. If they are not international class, then we need to create an alternate system. Two examples I'll give you. One is organic certification by APIDA, specifically done for exports, recognized by many countries, or, of course, right now in trouble in certain areas, and seafood certification by EIC. Seafood certification done by EIC. EIC has been, he knows, Mr. Chavan knows, has been designated by EC as a competent authority since 1997, 25 years now. So this is possible to create alternate systems, which I think Textiles Committee should take the lead, and present to the foreign countries that this is a system we have, please recognize this. That's another one. On private standards, they are private standards, so government can't do much. But what it can do is this. Some of the private standards allow local schemes and benchmarking of local schemes. For example, I myself developed a system of good agricultural practices when I was in Quality Council of India, and it's being benchmarked with Global Gap now. When you benchmark with an international scheme, it brings down the cost of certification. So it's a requirement in the foreign market. But where is the study? Can somebody do a study? Can Textiles Committee do a study and tell us how many private standards are operating in India today? Go to Tirupur, go to wherever textile hubs are, Surat or Ludhiana or wherever. And then let's analyze how many of those schemes, private certification schemes, allow for local schemes to be benchmarked. Not all of them may. Some of them may. If some of them do, then let's create a local scheme here. It's a hard work. Let's create a local scheme here, get it benchmarked with the private scheme owner so that it brings down cost for our exporters. So these are some of the things that can be done by us. And if you realize what I have raised as issues, then it's clear what Textiles Committee can do. I mean, we need a study on what are the parameters for global regulations, which are based on health, safety, environment, deceptive trade practices, and national security. We need good regulations in India, and although those ministries which do not have an act of parliament at their disposal go for BIS Act. I've been in BIS long enough to tell you that. But BIS Act is not the right model for regulation for 4 reasons. A, it combines roles of conformity assessment and market surveillance, which are conflict of interest globally. So we are facing this right now I'm right now engaged with Commerce on free trade negotiations, and this question is being asked, that there's a conflict of interest in BIS certification, compulsory BIS certification. Second, it is unnecessarily cumbersome and expensive. Regulation is a public service. Regulators are not supposed to charge who they regulate. BIS fee is too much, and again, that's an issue in the trade negotiations right now. Choice of conformities and procedure, just one choice. Whereas there's a range of conformities and procedures available. You do the risk analysis. High-risk products have more intensive conformity assessment. Low-risk products have simple process. BIS doesn't give that option. And fourth, BIS certification is not acceptable internationally because it's not accredited. So if you have a BIS certification for your PPEs, tomorrow when I go abroad and tell them I've got a BIS certification, they'll say we don't recognize. So why should we have that situation? So we need to look at this. And my own recommendation, I think 2 weeks back there was a meeting in Commerce where Textiles Committee was present and I was also present. And suggestion was, please use your own act. You have an act available. Please use your own act for regulation. Don't go by BIS Act, because that is giving us a lot of trouble in our foreign negotiations. Second, please develop alternate systems of certifying to global regulations where we do not have regulations or our regulations are lower than international standards. And third, please develop private schemes, local schemes, which can be benchmarked with outside schemes to bring down cost of compliance for the exporters. These are my suggestions for Textiles Committee. It needs some studies, which Textiles Committee could do. I think 2 things also I want to say. Export promotion councils have been there. I was recently in a global summit on Ayush where Prime Minister announced Ayush Export Promotion Council. And I told Secretary Ayush, please make a vertical on standards and regulations. Why should export promotion councils not have ready information, or at least the major destination countries, what are the standards and regulations applicable in that market? Nobody seems to have that information. Export promotion council have been there for years, but they do not have this information. Who should have this information? Somewhere that information is needed. To my mind, why not export promotion councils? And I think some kind of think tank is needed. Please create that kind of think tank, and then we can move forward. A cohesive, a good regulatory regime is the need of the hour for us if we want to be competitive in the market, and capacity building, of course, as far as all these issues are concerned. So these are my suggestions based on the experience that I have gathered in so many years, which I'm happy to share. And I'm happy that I'm still engaged with Commerce, especially on free trade negotiations. I'm still looking at the drafts, and I'm seeing the problems that we are facing. And these suggestions come out of that experience which I'm having currently. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for your valuable suggestions. The first Miss India selected by Femina to represent the country at the Miss Universe and Miss United Nations contest, a pioneer of fashion journalism in India and also the author of the only book of men's fashion, Man Style, published in 1987. Now I request our eminent speaker, Miss Meher Castellino Mistry Ma'am from fashion industry to share her views with us.
Good evening, everybody. Honorable Shri U.P. Singh, Secretary, Textiles, Government of India and Chairman, Textile Committee. Madam Roop Rashi, Textile Commissioner and Vice Chairman, Textile Committee. Respected members on the dais. First of all, I'd like to congratulate the Textile Committee on completing 58 years with the wonderful work that they have done. I have read the 8 pages which enumerate all the work that has been done by the Textile Committee, and I'm extremely proud and honored to be part of this event this evening. It is not easy for a Textile Committee to achieve so many things in so short a time, because 58 years is still a short time. But the way the Textile Committee has propelled itself and done so many wonderful things, and all the wonderful speakers on the dais have shared their great experience, that I feel really humbled that I have been asked to speak before such an honored and respected audience on the dais, as well as all you people over there. I thank the Textile Committee, Government of India, Ministry of Textiles for inviting me on this wonderful occasion, which marks the commemoration of the Textile Committee Foundation Day, which came into effect on 22nd August 1964. The topic, Imperatives and Way Forward on Indian Textile Sector, role of Textiles Committee is a very timely and topical one that is needed in the 21st century to propel the Indian textiles on a global scale. For me, there is no other country in the world that has such a rich heritage in textiles like India. Every state has its characteristic weaves and fabrics that are created by the most expert artisans and craftsmen whose skills are well known not only in India, but I would say in the whole world. As a fashion person, I look continuously for weaves and developments in the textile industry. Today, the fashion industry revolves around sustainable fabrics and conscious fashion, where the buyers want to know how the fabrics are woven and where do they originate from. To push the textile sector onto higher levels of growth, I have a few humble suggestions that could be considered by the Textile Committee, though I'm sure they are already being done. But a repetition would not be too difficult to remember. Since sustainability and conscious fashion are the key words for the textile industry, it could be useful if the Textile Committee encourages this at a very high level and chalks out a path where the weavers and manufacturers can ensure that all the stakeholders have an equal share in the earnings and marketing of the textiles. The next step would be to bring expertise through reputed qualified textile designers who can guide the weavers on the various innovative techniques and teach the latest methods that will help them to add value to their wonderful weaves and textiles. Another aspect would be to produce textile of good quality, which is more important than quantity. Long-lasting, well-finished fabrics with great quality control will enhance the reputation of India as a country that offers perfectly finished materials of superior quality. Marketing the textiles is at times a little difficult, and therefore the retail sector must be created in an efficient and fluid manner so that the production of textiles reaches the buyers in the simplest manner. Indian high fashion designers should be encouraged to concentrate on Indian textiles and promote them for their collections. At present, there is a lot of dependence on using imports, which should be reduced. Since Indian textiles are the backbone of our country at every step, it should be Indian textiles that are in the forefront so that the skills of our artisans are highlighted. Working with technology will help Indian textiles to move forward. The Textile Committee can encourage the recycling, upcycling, and reworking of fabrics, which is an important requirement in maintaining the circularity of textiles now and in the future. Textile waste need not go into landfills in the future, but can be upcycled into stylish wearable garments. There are several high fashion designers who concentrate on this mode of fashion, and they could be contacted so that they can help the textile industry to spread itself on a wider base. It is well known that Indian crafts and embroidery are desired by top fashion houses in the world, and haute couture labels like Dior, Versace, Gucci, Valentino, and many more use the skills of our craftsmen to enhance the beauty of their creations. Therefore, just like our embroidery is well known worldwide, our textiles should also be given an international platform that will be of interest to the global fashion designers. Besides concentrating on the domestic distribution of Indian textiles, the Textile Committee could devise aggressive ways of promoting the fabrics in the international markets for export by taking part in more fabric expos, as well as creating road shows to highlight the excellence of Indian textiles in India as well as abroad. This, I'm sure, is already being done, but now a more aggressive method should be adopted. What would be helpful to the buyer is the branding of Indian textiles and their authenticity. Irish linen has acquired a global status in the fashion business with aggressive branding, and Indian textiles too should have this memorable quality, which will prompt designers worldwide to import Indian fabrics. For this, the Textile Committee could consider creating a tag which can be used by weavers and manufacturers that ensures the fabrics have all the right aspects of sustainability and conscious fashion roots. Brands like 1111 have created an app that is connected to the tags of the garments which enables the buyers to check the names of the members in the value chain, which includes the names of farmers, weavers, processors, manufacturers, step-by-step process of fabrics, tailors, and the final sales outlet. Today, in fashion, less is more, and buying is done with care. People are ensuring that the clothes they buy have many lives and uses and can be repeated by just changing the accessories. But the fabrics which are the base of these garments must be of a very high quality and standard so that the buyers not only get value for money, but also a product that turns into an heirloom. Thank you. Jai Hind.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Our guest of honor, Srimati Ruprashi ma'am, Textiles Commissioner and Vice Chairperson, Textiles Committee, is an IA and AS officer of 1994 batch of the India Auditor Account Service. Prior to joining as a Textiles Commissioner, she has led audit of United Nations Organization, Food and Agriculture Organization, and Embassy Mission audits in Southeast Asia. Now I request ma'am to guide us.
Respected Shri Rupi Singh sir, leader of our team Textiles, respected Shri Agarwal, Shri Chavan, it's a matter of great privilege for me to actually share the dais with the luminaries starting from Shri Kotak sir, our amazing entrepreneur Shri Kudav, Shri Johari, and everybody on the dais and off the dais. And I'm thankful for Government of India for the privilege which has been given to me by Government of India to be part of this journey. And much more, I am thankful to all those who are sitting on the other side who have made this whole sector so vibrant. And we have a lot of issues which we keep tackling together. So I'm thankful also to all of them who are off the dais and part of our team Textiles as a whole. So today, friends, all of us are here to celebrate 58th year of Textile Committee, though I would love to disagree with Ajit on the part of an old lady thing which he used, because I feel a knowledge institution becomes younger with age because the kind of, if it is knowledge, the kind of accumulation they have, because whenever you are in academia, they say a professor never retires. So getting into that same analogy, I would say a knowledge institution becomes more and more sharp with age. So like, let us not have a pejorative connotation attached to age here. I'm sorry, but I am a little sensitive on that. And secondly, all of you are aware that we are also celebrating here the 52nd year of CCI, on which obviously Agrawal Saab would be giving more inputs. But I am privileged that these two very, very prominent institutions of textile ministry, which have kind of been part of journey of the textile sector, CCI being rather the safety net and buffer for our producers, and Textile Committee ensuring the various requirements of quality assurance. We are all together to celebrate this amazing day today, and that too just after finishing Janmashtami and before starting Ganapati, sir. This is very, very privileged for us that you are here with us, sir. And it is not just to say because you are here, sir. This is the first time, I would say, after I joined here during COVID. And I think we had the people like Mr. Kodav who allowed us to go through the kind of amazing challenges we had. But today, first time, so many of us are together here without masks and celebrating it. So it calls for a round of applause for the fact that we are all together and our team leader is here with us. Despite his very, very busy schedule, sir, we are very thankful, and I am part of host. I welcome you again, sir, on this. On Textile Committee, all of us have, any case, listened to more experts here than I can add value. I would, as a receiver, like to assure that we will take few of the suggestions forward as soon as possible. Some of them which we are already working on, which Ajit talked as GI initiatives. I have some small experience to share, sir, and friends, because see what happens, GI does have its own strengths and weaknesses depending on the context. And I came across such a context in Orissa very recently. We all know about Pattachitra, but we all know about Pattachitra of Raghurajpur, which has been patronized much better than Pattachitra of Nayakpatna, which is actually done on the palm leaf, which I came to know after becoming part of Textile Committee. But I'm happy that the way we are engaging with the state government, they have taken initiative to give, if not equal, enough promotional support to Nayakpatna also. It's a very, very small village in Puri district of Odisha. But I would give all the credit to the effort done by Textile Committee in this regard, because they have been able to escalate the attention of all of those who matter there, locally, closer to the event, to give that kind of attention. What Mr. Johari said about, developing our own indicators, this was one thing I was very happy to notice that Textile Committee has done. I'm sure some of you must be the beneficiaries also. When they went for total quality management support, they have developed certifications for Walmarts, etc. Now, that is something which I feel that if we have enabled our industry in terms of being able to conform to big chains like Walmart's, that is what is required today. When a lot of state governments are entering into MOUs with international chains, can we have a product from Textile Committee which enables them to conform to the requirement of all these international chains or their requirements? And what he said about certification, we had a discussion with BIS some couple of days back. I think this was last Monday. We had a discussion, and I'm a professional bureaucrat coming from Audit and Account Service, so what we know about certifications is largely these emanate out of some control concerns. And once I had a chance to look at some of the certifications, and I realized most of them have some common concerns on the controls. So what Johari Saab has flagged it, I hope we should have started working on it earlier also, that since they are quite common, could we look at developing our own benchmarking and then developing it as a standard accepted by others? This will enable a lot of MSME get into the fray, which is very, very important today when we are looking at enhancing our export from export to up to $100 billion. Now, on green initiative, yes, we are looking at trying to synergize our strengths, our innovations. Mr. Kudav, I'll just like to say that all of you are aware that government does work, but sometimes we end up working in silos, so we are not able to reap harvests of whatever everybody is working. So we are trying at our level to develop synergy with Department of Science and Technology to take care of the funding requirement, because they are supporting a lot of innovative products. Like Citra has developed a different kind of PPE kit. So they would be able to, which is more comfortable for the wearer today. So the point is, how do we bring it on the ground? You need funding, you need an innovator, somebody. So all that kind of synergy we are trying to work on. I wouldn't really like to stand between you and our sir and rest of the program, because only thing I'm trying to ensure from our side that whatever is our study, whether between us as Textile Commissioner Office and Textile Committee, we are trying to get to the clusters requirement, bring in synergies with different departments, their programs, so that we can bring the best to the textile sector as on the entrepreneur side and textile user on the user side. And with these few words, I would like to thank Ajit for organizing such a nice program. I would like to thank Madam Meher specifically, because first when I mentioned her, she said it seems to be a very technical program. I said, see, till I have the full value chain represented in whatever way, and the final product is represented by a luminary like you. And just now, sir also pointed out something interesting, that she was Miss India when this organization was actually made. So that is something of a great coincidence that we have her here, the first person who represented India. See, textiles are India's ambassador, and the first person who represented India is with us. Ma'am, it's a matter of privilege for us. With these few words, I once again congratulate all of you on this very, very important milestones, and I'm sure it's not an old lady. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am, for your guidance and views. Cotton Corporation India's role as that of a friend of cotton farmer and a dependable quality cotton supplier to textile industry, and most importantly, that of a price stabilizer through MSCP operations. CCI is the central agency of the Government of India under Ministry of Textiles for undertaking minimum support price operations of seed cotton. Now I request Dr. Pradeep Kumar Agarwal, Chairman cum Managing Director, Cotton Corporation of India, to speak about Foundation Day and regarding souvenir of CCI.
सभी को मेरा नमस्कार. वेरी गुड इवनिंग टू ऑल ऑफ यू. परम आदरणीय ऑनरेबल सेक्रेटरी टेक्सटाइल श्री यूपी सिंह साहब, सर मैं आपका अत्यंत कृतज्ञ हूँ कि आपने अपने बिजी शेड्यूल में से इस संयुक्त कार्यक्रम में आके हम लोगों का मान बढ़ाया सर, सीसीआई की गरिमा बढ़ाई सर. श्रद्धेय सुरेश भाई कोटक जी, चेयरमैन टेक्सटाइल एडवाइजरी ग्रुप, आदरणीय टेक्सटाइल कमिश्नर रूपरासी मैडम, प्रिय अजीत चौहान साहब, मैडम मेहर, महेश जी, अरविंद जी, टेक्सप्रोसिल चेयरमैन पटोदिया जी, सीआई प्रेसिडेंट गनात्रा जी, मलिक साहब, सीसीआई के बोर्ड मेंबर्स, हमारी इंटायर सीसीआई टीम, टेक्सटाइल कमेटी के सभी वरिष्ठ अधिकारी एवं कर्मचारीगण, सभी को मेरा सादर नमस्कार. जैसा कि आप सभी जानते हैं, आज सीसीआई अपने फाउंडेशन डे का सोवेनियर का उद्घाटन माननीय वस्त्र सचिव महोदय के कर कमलों से करवाने हेतु टेक्सटाइल कमेटी के फाउंडेशन डे के इस संयुक्त कार्यक्रम में आप सभी सादर उपस्थित हैं. सबसे पहले मैं टेक्सटाइल कमेटी को सीसीआई की तरफ से कांग्रेचुलेट करता हूं इतना भव्य आयोजन करने के लिए. सीसीआई जो भारत सरकार की एक मिनी रत्ना कंपनी है मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ टेक्सटाइल्स के अंतर्गत, उसका फाउंडेशन डे 31 जुलाई को लास्ट हुआ था, जिसमें सर भी थे. और टेक्सटाइल कमेटी का फाउंडेशन डे आज 22 अगस्त को है, मात्र 3 सप्ताह के बाद. ये एक अजीब इत्तेफाक है कि कपास की खरीदी से लेके उसकी प्रोसेसिंग करना, बेल बनाना, सैंपल कटिंग कराना और टेस्टिंग के लिए भेजना, इसमें भी लगभग 21 दिन का ही टाइम लगता है. तो ये एक बहुत विशेष दिन है आज हमारे लिए. मुझे ये बताते हुए अत्यंत हर्ष है कि सीसीआई ने अपने 52 वर्ष की जर्नी में किसानों को एम्पावर करने के लिए और टेक्सटाइल इंडस्ट्री को मजबूत करने के लिए पूर्ण लगन से समर्पित किया है. पिछले 2 पैंडेमिक वर्षों में माननीय वस्त्र मंत्री जी, भारत सरकार पीयूष गोयल जी की कुशल नेतृत्व और माननीय वस्त्र सचिव महोदय के प्रभावी मार्गदर्शन में सीसीआई ने किसानों के हित की रक्षा करने के लिए लगभग 2 करोड़ 25 लाख गांठों के समतुल्य कपास का 45 लाख फार्मर्स से खरीदी की और 62,500 करोड़ का डिस्ट्रीब्यूशन डीबीटी के रूप में डायरेक्ट उनके खातों में जमा कराया. सर मुझे बताते हुए अत्यंत गर्व है कि इतना बड़ा वॉल्यूम करने के बाद इंटायर ग्लोब में सीसीआई एकमात्र ऐसी संस्था है जिसने इतना बड़ा वॉल्यूम हैंडल किया और इतने बड़े टर्नओवर को अचीव किया. सर आपके कुशल निर्देशन में इन संपूर्ण 2,25,000 गांठों का ई ऑक्शन के माध्यम से विक्रय करके रॉ मटेरियल उपलब्ध कराया गया. मैं यहाँ कहना चाहूँगा कि टैग के चेयरमैन श्री कोटक जी ने, मलिक साहब ने, गनात्रा जी ने कई मौक़ों पर और एक संजय जैन साहब ने कई मौक़ों पे मीटिंग्स के दौरान सीसीआई को यह शाबाशी दी कि 2 करोड़ गांठों का विक्रय साधारण रूप से नहीं किया गया है, बल्कि इसकी ज़बरदस्त मार्केटिंग हुई है. इस प्रकार का एप्रिसिएशन हमारी टीम को हमेशा बेहतर करने के लिए प्रेरित करता है. हमने पिछले 52 वर्षों में अपने को इन्वेंट करते हुए अपने नाम को सार्थक किया है. सर सीसीआई के नाम की सार्थकता सर मैं बताना चाहूँगा, इसका फर्स्ट सी जो है, पहला सी जो है कल्टीवेटर्स को डेडिकेटेड है. मतलब किसान भाई, दूसरा सी जो है कंज्यूमर्स अर्थात टेक्सटाइल मिल, और आई मीन्स इंस्टीट्यूशन, और इन मराठी इट इज़ मदर, तो इट्स ए मदर इंस्टीट्यूशन फॉर कल्टिवेटर्स एज वेल एज फॉर कंज्यूमर्स सर। और आप सभी ने मैं हूं ना फिल्म जरूर देखी होगी, तो जिस प्रकार उस फिल्म का हीरो हर परेशानी के वक्त किसी न किसी के पीछे खड़ा रहता था, तो मुझे विश्वास है इतने 4-5 बड़े एमएसपी ऑपरेशंस करने के बाद फार्मर्स को ये भरोसा है कि सीसीआई है ना, अगर मार्केट में हम हैं तो उसको भरोसा रहता है कि सीसीआई है ना, और अगर हमारे पास स्टॉक है तो मिलों को ये भरोसा रहता है कि इनके पास माल है तो कोई चिंता नहीं है। ये मतलब एक बहुत बड़ा विश्वास है जो इंडस्ट्री ने हमारे प्रति या किसानों ने समर्पित किया है सर, ये एक बहुत बड़े गर्व की बात है। और इस सोवनियर के माध्यम से सर हमने इसी 52 वर्षों की जर्नी को शोकेस करने का प्रयास किया है सर, जिसमें हमारी जब स्थापना हुई थी तो हमें कॉटन इंपोर्ट करने के लिए एक कैनालाइजिंग एजेंसी के रूप में बनाया गया था। समय समय पे हमारे रोल्स को चेंज किया गया, और वर्ष 1980 में भारत सरकार का जो सॉवरेन फंक्शन था एमएसपी ऑपरेशन, ताकि फार्मर्स को एम्पावर किया जा सके, उनको एमएसपी का एश्योरेंस दिया जा सके, ताकि उनका सस्टेन्ड इंटरेस्ट कॉटन कल्टीवेशन में बना रहे और इंडस्ट्री को रॉ मटेरियल मिलता रहे। इस प्रकार का जो रोल है उसको पूरा हमने अपनी सोवनियर में शोकेस करने का प्रयास किया है सर। और हमारा हमेशा उद्देश्य ये रहता है कि सर किसी भी किसान का किसी प्रकार की मार्केट मूल्य से अगर कम है तो उसको कोई दिक्कत ना हो, और उसी प्रकार अच्छी रुई की गुणवत्ता भी मिलों को मिले, ये भी हमारा उद्देश्य रहता है सर। ये जो सोवनियर है सर मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ टेक्सटाइल को मैं डेडिकेट करता हूँ ड्यूरिंग द सेलिब्रेशन ऑफ आवर फाउंडेशन डे अंडर द एजीज ऑफ आज़ादी का अमृत महोत्सव सर। जैसा कि आप सब जानते हैं कि हमारे किसान भाई हमारे देश का आधार स्तंभ हैं, और हम सभी का ये फ़र्ज है कि हर प्रकार से उनकी मदद करें, बिना ये सोचे हुए कि हम किस पद पर हैं, कितने प्रतिष्ठित हैं। जो भी हम कर सकते हैं करना चाहिए, क्योंकि बाकी सब चीज़ें टेम्परेरी हैं, उनका रोल बहुत इम्पॉर्टेंट है, उसको संभाल के रखना है हमको। इसी भावना को मैं चंद पंक्तियों के माध्यम से कहकर अपनी बात समाप्त करूंगा। मैंने हर रोज़ लोगों को रंग बदलते देखा है, मैंने हर रोज़ लोगों को रंग बदलते देखा है, बढ़ती उम्र के साथ जिंदगी का ढंग बदलते देखा है। वो जो चलते थे शेरों की तरह, उन्हें पांव उठाने को तरसते देखा है। जिनकी नज़रों की चमक से सहम जाते थे लोग, उन्हीं आँखों को बरसात की तरह बरसते देखा है। जिनके हाथों के इशारे से कांप उठते थे पत्थर, उन्हीं हाथों को पत्ते की तरह फड़फड़ाते देखा है। ये पद, प्रतिष्ठा, शोहरत, ये सब खुदा की देन है यारों, वक्त की धारा में बड़े बड़ों को मजबूर होते देखा है। इसीलिए मैं कहता हूँ, दो हर वो खुशी हर किसान को, क्योंकि इन्हें दुख देते हुए मैंने जमाने को देखा है। जय हिंद, जय महाराष्ट्र।
I request Chief Managing Director CCI to present a memento to Honorable UP Singh, Secretary Textiles, Ministry of Textiles.
I would like to call upon stage the distinguished guests to come up ahead, and I would also like to call upon Atul Bhai and Texpro CCI board members to please come on stage for the unveiling process. Texpro chairman भी आ जाए। I would request on this occasion, I would request CMD, CCI to kindly honor our chief guest with a token of their love.
कोई भी बर्थडे सेलिब्रेशन बिना केक कटिंग तो हो ही नहीं सकता। आज टेक्सटाइल्स कमेटी का 58th फाउंडेशन डे है, जो कि एक तरह से बर्थडे ही है। सो वी हैव ऑर्डर्ड अ स्पेशल थीम केक. देयर इज़ अ टेक्सटाइल्स कमिटीज लोगो ऑन द केक. I request our chief guest, Secretary Textiles, sir, to cut the cake on the occasion of 58th Foundation Day of Textiles Committee and honor us.
Congratulations and celebration when I tell everyone that you're in love with me. Congratulations and jubilation. I want the world to know I'm happy as can be. Who would believe that I could be happy and contented? I used to think that happiness hadn't been invented, but that was in the bad old days before I met you. When I let you walk into my heart. Congratulations and celebration when I tell everyone that you're in love with me. Congratulations and jubilation. I want the world to know I'm happy as can be. I was afraid to think that you thought you were above me, that I was only fooling myself to think you loved me. But since tonight you said you wouldn't live without me.
Shri UP Singh ji, as the Secretary Ministry of Textiles and our Chairman Ministry of Textiles, needs no introduction. Under his dynamic leadership, has seen launch of several major programs. One of his 7 PM Mitra Parks approved by the central government. The scheme aims to realize the vision of Honorable Prime Minister Shri Narendra Ji Modi of building an Atmanirbhar Bharat and to the position India strongly on the global textiles map. He has been constant support and guide to the Textiles Committee under his chairmanship. Textile Committee Board met 3 times in a very short span of clear lot of pending proposals. Now I request our chief guest, Shri UP Singh Ji, Secretary, Textiles, Government of India and Chairman Textiles Committee to guide us and share his views with us.
Dignitaries on the dais and friends, very good evening to all of you. सबसे पहले तो मुझे बड़ा अजीब लग रहा है कि मुझे कहा गया कि आज की सभा का मैं मुख्य अतिथि हूँ। अब अतिथि तो कोई बाहर का व्यक्ति होता है। अब मैं तो, मुझे बताया गया कि भाई मैं टेक्सटाइल कमेटी का चेयरमैन हूँ और साथ में मुझे कह रहे हैं कि आप अतिथि भी हो। तो सबसे पहले तो मैं फिर भी टेक्सटाइल कमेटी को, जिसमें मैं खुद भी इन्वॉल्व हूँ और बाकी लोग भी हैं, सबको बधाई देना चाहूँगा ये खास अवसर के लिए। ये बात सही है कि आज मुझे आने में, मैंने तो ऐसे प्रोग्राम बना ही लिया था, इनफैक्ट मैं सुबह की फ़्लाइट ही ले रहा था, बट एक समय ऐसा लग रहा था कि शायद आज मैं आ पाऊँ कि ना आ पाऊँ, क्योंकि एक भारत सरकार ने एक बहुत ही इम्पोर्टेंट कमेटी गठन किया है। आपको याद है अभी भी बात हो रही थी किसानों की, तो किसानों के हित के लिए एक कमेटी गठन की गई है जिसमें 3 मुख्य मुद्दे रखे गए हैं। एक है नेचुरल फार्मिंग का मुद्दा, दूसरा मुद्दा है मिनिमम सपोर्ट प्राइस का मुद्दा, और तीसरा मुद्दा है क्रॉप डाइवर्सिफिकेशन का। तो इसकी जो आज पहली बैठक थी वो आज दिल्ली में थी, और चूँकि मैं भी उस कमेटी का एक सदस्य हूँ, तो आज मेरे लिए उस मीटिंग को अटेंड करना ज़रूरी था। तो मैंने उस मीटिंग को अटेंड किया। वैसे मैंने उनसे कहा कि नहीं, आफ्टरनून सेशन में अटेंड नहीं कर पाऊँगा, तो मैंने करीब 1:30 पौने 2 बजे तक वहाँ अटेंड की, फिर 3:30 की फ़्लाइट लेके मैं यहाँ आ पाया। मुझे बड़ा अच्छा लग रहा है, खासकर जिन लोगों को मैंने आज सुना। कुछ लोग तो मेरे साथ ही काम करते हैं, रूपराशि, चौहान जी, अग्रवाल साहब, ये तो हमारे साथ काम करते हैं कुछ दिनों से। द यंगेस्ट ऑफ द लॉट सुरेश कोटक जी जो हैं, पता नहीं कहाँ से इतनी एनर्जी लाते हैं, और पता नहीं हम जब उनकी उम्र में होंगे तो पता नहीं हम चल फिर पाएंगे भी कि नहीं पाएंगे, मेंटल फैकल्टी भी दुरुस्त रहेगी कि नहीं रहेगी पता नहीं। अभी से हम कई चीज़ें भूलने लगे हैं। उनकी जो याददाश्त हो या उनकी जो मेंटल फैकल्टी हो, और उनका जो अभी कुछ दिनों से हम लोगों को एक ढंग से कह सकता हूँ मैं कि हमसे बड़े हैं, उनका जो दिग्दर्शन प्राप्त हो रहा है वो हमारे लिए बहुत ही महत्वपूर्ण है। लेकिन साथ में मुझे आज बाकी भी जो 3 लोगों को सुनने का मौका मिला वो काफ़ी अच्छा था। मुझे पहले थोड़ा सा डर लग रहा था कि भाई अब ये प्रोग्राम में इतने सारे लोग जो होते हैं ना, बहुत सारे, थोड़ा टॉप हेवी जैसा लग रहा था कि बहुत सारे लोग हैं, इतने सारे स्पीचेज हैं। तो कई बार लगता है ना कि जैसे जब आप बर्थडे मनाना चाहते हैं तो आप स्पीचेज नहीं सुनना चाहते हैं, आपको लगता है कि भाई थोड़ा फन फ्रॉलिक जैसे गाने चल रहे थे, सुना बाद में फैशन शो भी होगा। लेकिन जब मैंने इन तीनों को सुना तो मुझे लगा कि नहीं, वो आज ज़रूरी था। जो बातें कही गई यहाँ पे, दे वर वेरी रेलिवेंट। मैं ज़्यादा वक्त नहीं लेना चाहूँगा। इवन तो मुझे सबसे ज़्यादा ऐसा होता है ना कि वो उसी हिसाब से समय दिया जाता है। कुछ लोगों को मैंने देखा 8 मिनट दिया गया था, फिर 10 मिनट, फिर 15 मिनट। मैं 15 मिनट नहीं लेना चाहूँगा। वैसे हाँ, वो शायद सीनियरिटी के हिसाब से या जो पोजीशन के हिसाब से दी जाती है। वैसे टेक्सटाइल के बारे में अब तक, जैसे पहले मैं कहता था, मैं करीब 3.5 साल पहले सेक्रेटरी वाटर रिसोर्सेज भारत सरकार में होता था, तो मैं कहता था कि मुझे पानी और नदी के ऊपर आप रात को 2 बजे भी उठा लो और बोलने को बोल दो तो मैं आधे घंटे बोल सकता हूँ, 1 घंटे बोल सकता हूँ। टेक्सटाइल के बारे में अभी भी मैं ऐसा नहीं कह सकता हूँ, क्योंकि मैं कई बार बोल चुका हूँ कि टेक्सटाइल तो अभी भी पता नहीं, अब प्राइमरी स्कूल से शायद मिडिल स्कूल तक ही जा पाया हूँ, अभी तो कॉलेज और बाकी चीज़ें बाकी है। बट फिर भी अगर टेक्सटाइल के बारे में कहना हो तो बहुत सारी चीज़ें कही जा सकती हैं, बट मैं नहीं समझता हूँ कि यहाँ पे वो सब कहना ज़रूरी है। मैं केवल टेक्सटाइल कमेटी पे थोड़ा सा फोकस करना चाहूँगा। इस अच्छी बात है, मुझे तो खुद ही सच्ची बताऊँ तो मुझे खुद ही नहीं पता उतना ज़्यादा है कि टेक्सटाइल कमेटी ने पिछले 58 ईयर्स में क्या क्या किए हैं। कुछ चीज़ें तो आज भी पता चली, नई पता चली। और अगर कोई बाहर का व्यक्ति आपके बारे में कहता है, घर वाले तो ऐसे कहते ही हैं कि नहीं भाई आप बड़े अच्छे हो, बट कोई बाहर का व्यक्ति और केवल आपको खुश करने के लिए नहीं, अदरवाइज कहता है कि नहीं आपने अच्छा काम किया है, तो रियली अच्छा लगता है। लेकिन क्या होता है ना कि सारी चीज़ें बदल रही हैं। आपको पता ही है, देश तेज़ी से बदल रहा है। हमारी जो रिक्वायरमेंट 50s में होती थी, 60s में होती थी, आज वो रिक्वायरमेंट नहीं है। बट रिक्वायरमेंट होती है, नई तरह की रिक्वायरमेंट होती है। तो हम अपने को किस तरह से एडाप्ट कर रहे हैं, हम अपने को किस तरह से इवॉल्व कर रहे हैं, वो बहुत ज़रूरी है। और एक समय जो चीज़ ज़रूरत होती है शायद वो नहीं होती है, फिर बाद में हो भी जाती है कई बार। अब आपने देखा, बैंकों को देखिए, मैं कभी बैंकिंग में भी काम किया करता था। एक समय बैंकों का नेशनलाइजेशन किया गया, अब धीरे धीरे बैंकों में भी गवर्नमेंट अपनी भागीदारी को कम कर रही है, क्योंकि जैसी समय की मांग थी वैसा उस समय निर्णय लिया गया, बाद में समय की मांग कुछ अलग हो गई। अब जो टेक्सटाइल कमेटी, जब मैं पहली बार आया था और इस बिल्डिंग को देखा था तो मुझे लगा कि भाई ये तो हमारी इस जितने भी ऑर्गेनाइजेशन है सबसे अच्छी बिल्डिंग, और वो भी बिल्कुल प्राइम लोकेशन में, पता नहीं कितने 100 करोड़ की बिल्डिंग होगी, मुझे पता नहीं। तो बताया गया कि एक समय यहाँ पे बड़ी चहल पहल हुआ करती थी, इंडस्ट्री के हु यहाँ हुआ करते थे, तो एक हेड एज था शायद। अब कई बार हेड एज जो होता है ना वो कई चीज़ों के कारण होता है, जैसे अब पहले कुछ सेस कलेक्शन होता था, अब एक सेस कलेक्शन का बड़ा सा काम था, रेगुलेशंस बहुत ज़्यादा थे, उन रेगुलेशंस को इम्प्लीमेंट कराने का काम था, वो एक बड़ा काम था। वैसे मैंने और जगह भी देखी है, मुझे याद है कि एक ज़माने में मैं स्टील में ज्वाइंट सेक्रेटरी हुआ करता था, तो वहाँ पे पहले हर तरह के स्टील की प्राइसिंग जो है गवर्नमेंट डिसाइड करती थी। अब बताइए कि वो कितना बड़ा काम होगा, लेकिन आज के दिन में उसके वो ज़रूरत नहीं है। तो वैसे कई सारी चीज़ें हैं जिसकी ज़रूरतें ख़त्म हो गई हैं, लेकिन ऐसा नहीं है, वो आप अपने को अगर एडेप्ट और इवॉल्व करें तो आपकी ज़रूरत आज के दिन में भी उतनी ही है, क्योंकि क्वालिटी कंसिस्टेंस तो और बढ़ी है, भले ही रेगुलेशंस उतने नहीं हो। और क्वालिटी कंट्रोल ऑर्डर्स की बात हो रही थी, खूब सारे क्वालिटी कंट्रोल ऑर्डर्स लाए जा रहे हैं। जैसे अभी बताया गया कि क्वालिटी कंट्रोल ऑर्डर ही लाना नहीं, उसका जो कंफर्म कर रहा है कि नहीं, उसकी जो बात कंफर्मिंग असेसमेंट की बात उन्होंने कही। प्रधानमंत्री जी खुद कई बार आजकल बता रहे हैं, ये जो टॉयज़ के बारे में जो बात होती है कि किस तरह से हमारा टॉयज़ का इंपोर्ट, कितना बड़ा मार्केट था, उसमें हम कितने छोटे प्लेयर्स वर्चुअली रहे हैं, एक्सपोर्ट मार्केट या जो टोटल मार्केट है, तो हमारा कितना, मतलब हर व्यक्ति हमारे घर में, हर दूसरे घर में शायद हम चाइनीज़ टॉय से ही खेलते, हमारे बच्चे बड़े हो रहे हैं एक्चुअली। लेकिन आज के दिन में देखिए इतनी दिन में कितनी स्थिति बदली है कि हमारा नॉट ओनली इम्पोर्ट हैव सब्सटेंशियली रिड्यूस्ड बट आवर एक्सपोर्ट्स हैव आल्सो जंप्ड अप एक्चुअली। तो वैसे ही क्वालिटी तो इम्पोर्टेंट होगी और आने वाले समय में और ज़्यादा होगी, लेकिन उस क्वालिटी को इंश्योर करने में आपकी कितनी बड़ी भूमिका होती है, ये बहुत ज़रूरी है। आज के दिन में जैसे कोई चीज़ यहाँ से, इंडिया तो करीब 40 से ज़्यादा, अगर हम हैंडीक्राफ्ट्स को मिला दें तो पिछले साल हमने 44.3 बिलियन US डॉलर का एक्सपोर्ट किया था। अब एक्सपोर्ट तो तभी होता है, इंपोर्ट होने के लिए जो भी खरीदेगा, इंपोर्ट कराएगा, वो चाहेगा कि उसकी क्वालिटी अच्छी हो, उसकी क्वालिटी टेस्टिंग हो। बट उसकी क्वालिटी टेस्टिंग कौन करता है? हम करते हैं, या हमारे यहाँ जो कुछ इंटरनेशनल एजेंसीज हैं जो उनके नॉमिनेटेड है वो करते हैं। अब हमें ये विचारने की ज़रूरत है कि भाई ऐसा क्यों है कि अगर हमारे पास, अगर हम खुद सक्षम हैं, हमारे पास ऐसे लेबोरेटरी हैं जो भी रिक्वायरमेंट होगी उसको टेस्ट कर पाएंगे, हमारे पास मैन पावर ही क्वालिफाइड है जो उस टेस्टिंग को करेगा, तो फिर ऐसा कैसे है कि नहीं भाई कोई SGSC की जो टेस्टिंग होगी वही मान्य होगी और हमारी टेस्टिंग मान्य नहीं होगी? इसके लिए हमें काम करने की ज़रूरत है। मैं कुछ दिन पहले जब गया था, एक बार मैंने इनको कहा भी था, छोटी सी चीज़, हमारा जूट कॉरपोरेशन ऑफ जो हमारा जूट कमिश्नर हैं, जो हमारा जूट के ऑर्गेनाइजेशंस हैं कैलकाटा में, तो जूट की जो सप्लाई जो होती है स्टेट्स को या प्रोक्योरिंग एजेंसी आइदर FCI को, उसमें मैं देख रहा था कि भाई वो जूट बैग्स, हर जूट बैग्स की टेस्टिंग होती है, लेकिन उस जूट बैग की टेस्टिंग में मैंने देखा कि टेक्सटाइल कमेटी कहीं नहीं है। 3 और ऑर्गेनाइजेशंस हैं जिसमें कि प्राइवेट ऑर्गेनाइजेशंस भी है, शायद एक वो हमारा एक रिसर्च जो एसोसिएशन है वो भी है, बट टेक्सटाइल कमेटी वहाँ नहीं है। तो एक तो ये है कि भाई हम बात करते हैं कि नहीं हमें गवर्नमेंट और काम देगी तो हम करेंगे। अब ऐसा है कि गवर्नमेंट आपको काम देगी नहीं, आपको काम ढूंढना पड़ेगा, काम लाना पड़ेगा। मैं नहीं कह रहा हूँ, ऐसा मत मानिए कि मैं कह रहा हूँ कि गवर्नमेंट आपको सपोर्ट नहीं करेगी, लेकिन धीरे धीरे एक समय आएगा, जैसे आज के दिन में भी गवर्नमेंट का सपोर्ट टेक्सटाइल कमेटी को है। पार्टली आप अर्न करते हैं, ऐसा नहीं है कि आप खुद कुछ नहीं अर्न करते हैं, आप अर्न करते हैं, लेकिन जो आप अर्न करते हैं शायद आपकी टोटल रिक्वायरमेंट का मे बी अबाउट 40% के आसपास आप खुद अर्न करते हैं। उसका भी एक कारण है, हिस्टोरिकल लीगेसी है। यहाँ पे जो लोग थे, जनरली जो गवर्नमेंट संस्थान नहीं होती है उसमें पेंशन्स नहीं होते हैं। टेक्सटाइल कमेटी हैज़ बीन वन ऑर्गेनाइजेशन which is more like a government, even though it's not a purely government, it's a statutory body, but its employees from the past had all had a pensionary job. आज के दिन में मुझे पता नहीं, मतलब मोर देन 50% जो इनके खर्चे होते हैं वो पेंशन्स पे होते हैं, या जो उसके लिए जो एक्चुरियल इवेल्युएशन करके जो आपको प्रोविज़न करनी होगी उसके लिए होते हैं। बट धीरे धीरे अब ये हमें करना पड़ेगा कि अगर हम गवर्नमेंट पे, अगर हमारी आज के दिन में अगर रिलायंस लेट्स से 60% है या 50% है, तो क्या हमारा वो टाइम फ्रेम है, बाय दैट टाइम वी विल हैव टू बी डिपेंडेंट ओवर आवरसेल्व्स। मैं आज की गवर्नमेंट की जो थिंकिंग है उसमें मैं आपको, मे भी हो सकता है कि मैं कह रहा हूँ कि भाई आगाह करने की बात मैं कर रहा हूँ, बट एक समय आएगा जब गवर्नमेंट आपको कहेगी कि नहीं भाई, अगर आप अपनी रोजी रोटी नहीं कमा सकते हो तो शायद आपको एग्जिस्ट करने का अधिकार नहीं है। गवर्नमेंट ऑलरेडी कई कह रही है कि जो हमारे स्ट्रैटेजिक सेक्टर हैं, जैसे पीएसयू की बात आज के दिन में हो रही है, कि जो स्ट्रैटेजिक सेक्टर में पीएसयू हैं या जो हमारे कुछ सोशल कॉज या इस तरह मीट कर रहे हैं, उनको छोड़ के बाकी पीएसयू को रहने की सरकार में कोई आवश्यकता नहीं है। तो मैं कह रहा हूँ कि टेक्सटाइल कमेटी की आवश्यकता रहेगी, क्योंकि आज के दिन में धीरे धीरे क्वालिटी कंसिस्टेंस और बढ़ रही है, उसके साथ में कुछ नई चीज़ें आ रही हैं। जैसे अभी बात की गई सस्टेनेबिलिटी एंड सर्कुलरिटी इन टेक्सटाइल वैल्यू चेन, इतना इम्पोर्टेंट हो रहा है, इसको मेन स्ट्रीम करने की आवश्यकता है। अगर हम नहीं करते हैं तो हम मे बी विल कॉट नैपिंग, हम अनअवेयर्स, वी डोंट वांट कि हम वी शुड बी कॉट अनअवेयर्स एक्चुअली। जिस ढंग से आज के दिन में नए लेजिस्लेशन आ रहे हैं, जिस तरह की रिक्वायरमेंट हो रही है, जो हमारे एक्सपोर्टिंग डेस्टिनेशंस हैं, प्राइमरली यूरोप है और यूएसए है, तो जो ज़रूरत होती है उसको अगर हम नहीं कर पाएँ, राइट फ्रॉम अ ट्रेसेबिलिटी टू इट्स नॉट ओनली अ फाइनल प्रोडक्ट की क्वालिटी, द एंटायर प्रोसेस इज बिकम्स वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट। अभी आजकल हम लोग एक कंपनी के साथ इंगेज हैं, वो जापान की कंपनी है। इन्होंने बात की, मुझे याद है कि जिस दिन मुझे ज्वाइन करना था आफ्टरनून में मैंने ज्वाइन किया था, शायद दैट वाज 27 जनवरी 2021। उसी दिन मॉर्निंग में इन्होंने कोई वहाँ पे एमओयू होना था, तो पहले तो मैंने सोचा था कि सुबह सुबह ज्वाइन कर लूँगा तो मैं भी उसमें शरीक हो जाऊँगा, बट मुझे फिर डर भी लगा कि मैं वहाँ क्या बोलूँगा, एज ए सेक्रेटरी तो बोलना ज़रूरी होता है, तो इसलिए मैंने आफ्टरनून में ज्वाइन किया, फोरनून में ज्वाइन नहीं किया। तो अब वहाँ की एक कंपनी है यूनिक्लो, आप लोग जानते होंगे। तो अभी हमारा डायलॉग चल रहा है, आज भी एक वीसी हुई थी जो हमारी ट्रेड एडवाइज़र मुझे सूचित कर रही थी जब मैं आ रहा था, उनके साथ हो रहा है कि भाई अगर कोई पर्टिकुलर सोर्सिंग कंपनीज है, यूनिक्लो एक बड़ी सोर्सिंग कंपनी है, अब यूनिक्लो जो सोर्सिंग कंपनी है, अब तो इन्वेस्टमेंट की बात भी वो इंडिया में कर रहे हैं, बट ये बात है कि वो सारे कंपनियों से, जो हमारी बहुत सारी कंपनियां हैं, प्राइमरली वो दो ही कंपनी से कम से कम गारमेंट और अपैरल तो दो ही कंपनी से वो लेते हैं, एक है शाही एक्सपोर्ट्स और दूसरा है ब्रांडिक्स। तो हमारी इतनी अच्छी अच्छी बाकी कंपनियां हैं, उनसे सोर्सिंग क्यों नहीं करते हैं? कहाँ हम उनके रिक्वायरमेंट को मीट नहीं कर पा रहे हैं एक्चुअली, तो हमें देखने की ज़रूरत है। कुछ दिन पहले मैं बांग्लादेश गया था, बांग्लादेश के एक्सपोर्ट जो गारमेंट एंड अपैरल एक्सपोर्ट की जो कहानी है वो तो काफ़ी इंस्पायरिंग कहानी तो है। खैर अलग बात है कि हम उसको कई बार जस्टिफाई करते हैं कि भाई हमारा तो डोमेस्टिक मार्केट इतना बड़ा है तो वी शुड नॉट बी जज्ड ओनली बाय द एक्सपोर्ट फिगर्स एक्चुअली, बट फैक्ट रिमेन्स एट वन पॉइंट ऑफ टाइम वी एंड देयर export value of garment and apparel also used to be the same. Today we have continued to be about 16 billion USD का export for the last so many years, 5-6 years at least, and they have gone to 40 plus. Last year उनका apparel and garments का export जो था that was 42%. बट मैंने देखा एक दो चीज़ें, इट्स नॉट ओनली साइज एंड वॉल्यूम जिसकी हम बात करते हैं, वहाँ पे मैं कई बार ऐसे भी बोल चुका हूँ कि वहाँ पे कम से कम 160 से ज़्यादा कंपनियाँ हैं, दे हैव टेकन व्हाट इज कॉल्ड अ लीड सर्टिफिकेशन। अब वो ग्रीन बिल्डिंग का जो सर्टिफिकेशन होता है, ग्रीन विचार करने की ज़रूरत है कि हमारा फ्यूचर क्या हो। ऐसा नहीं है, कई सारी चीज़ें इन्होंने अलग भी की हैं, क्वालिटी के अलावा जो क्वालिटी ऑफ टेक्सटाइल और क्वालिटी ऑफ मशीनरी में तो ज़्यादा हम उतने अच्छे हैं नहीं, तो ज़्यादा कुछ नहीं, उतना ज़्यादा नहीं हुआ है। बट उसके अलावा मैंने देखा, मैं कहीं गया था एक बार, हाँ हैंडलूम, जब नया नया ज्वाइन किया था तो मैं गया था एक बार शांतिपुर और फुलिया, वो बड़े हैंडलूम के काफ़ी इम्पोर्टेंट जगह हैं एक्चुअली। तो वहाँ पे मुझे बताया गया कि नहीं भाई वहाँ पे जो पहले वो जो भी क्लस्टर और मेगा क्लस्टर जो इम्प्लीमेंट हुआ था, उसकी इम्प्लीमेंटिंग कमेटी टेक्सटाइल कमेटी थी, और मुझे वहाँ पे जो डॉक्यूमेंटेशन करके दिया गया, दिस वाज रियली अ वर्ल्ड क्लास काइंड ऑफ डॉक्यूमेंटेशन। हमारी प्रॉब्लम क्या होती है कि हम जनरली डॉक्यूमेंटेशन अच्छी नहीं करते हैं, और हम वहीं पे बाकी चीज़ें, हो सकता है कि मटेरियल आज के दिन में दोनों है ना, आपकी चीज़ भी अच्छी होनी चाहिए और पैकेजिंग भी अच्छी होनी चाहिए। तो इट वाज वेरी वेल, उसमें फ़ोटोग्राफ्स होते हैं, तो ऐसे फ़ोटोग्राफ्स नहीं होते हैं, वैसे फ़ोटोग्राफ्स थे जो फेसबुक प्रोफाइल वाले फ़ोटोग्राफ होते हैं, जो आधार कार्ड वाले फ़ोटोग्राफ नहीं थे। तो ये अच्छी बात थी, तो वहाँ मैंने देखा। लेकिन मैं कुछ चीज़ें जानना चाहता हूँ, जैसे अब इन्होंने काम किया इंडिया हैंडलूम ब्रांड, हैंडलूम मार्क, हाउ हैव दैट बिन यूजफुल एक्चुअली? ऐसा नहीं कि हमने एक काम कर दिया निकाला है, तो वो हैंडलूम मार्क जो है आज के दिन में बड़ी दिक्कत होती है. आई माई सेल्फ है बिकम समवॉट मतलब क्रूसेडर फॉर हैंडलूम ऑफ लेट एक्चुअली. तो मैं काफ़ी समय लगाता हूँ. तो अब जो आदमी खरीदता है, भाई मैं तो अगर कपड़े खरीदने जाता हूँ, अगर हैंडलूम के लिए मैं ज़्यादा वैल्यू दे रहा हूँ, आई एम पेइंग फॉर नॉट फॉर अ पीस ऑफ क्लॉथ, आई एम पेइंग फॉर समथिंग विच इज़ अ पीस ऑफ हेरिटेज ऑफ इंडिया. तो अगर मैं आई एम पेइंग फॉर द लेबर which is put in by the very kind of a great kind of artist or artisans which I am saying, जो हमारे वीवर्स हैं. तो हमें तो ये श्योर होना चाहिए कि जो हम खरीद रहे हैं वो रियली जेन्यून हैंडलूम है कि नहीं है. अब वैसी बात होती है, वूल मार्क है, हमारा नहीं है, हमारे ख्याल से ऑस्ट्रेलिया या उन्होंने कर रखा है, वूल मार्क भी है, सिल्क मार्क भी है. तो धीरे धीरे लेकिन वही होनी चाहिए कि अगर सिल्क मार्क है तो हमारी ये नहीं होना चाहिए. अभी जो हाल में बात हो रही थी कि भाई एपीडा ने अच्छा काम किया, लेकिन पिछले 1-1.5 साल से हम बड़े प्रॉब्लम में हैं. एपीडा के जो सर्टिफिकेशन को लेके जो प्रॉब्लम हुई है ऑर्गेनिक कॉटन की, हमें दिक्कत भी हुई. हमने ऑर्गेनिक के नाम पे, कॉटन के नाम पे हमने बांग्लादेश से लेके बाकी कंट्रीज़ को हमने एक्सपोर्ट कर दिए. उसको उन्होंने भी बनाया, उसके आगे वैल्यू चेन बनाया, शर्ट बनाए, ऑर्गेनिक शर्ट करके उसको यूएस में भी भेज दिया, सब भेज दिया. और बाद में अब पता नहीं मतलब वो रियली ऑर्गेनिक नहीं था या हमारे सर्टिफिकेशन में कहीं भूल होती है. ऐसा नहीं है, कई बार बहुत चीज़ें ऑर्गेनिक होती हैं. मैं तो मेरा कार्डर उड़ीसा है आईएएस में, अब वहाँ जितनी कैश्यू ग्रो होती है, काजू जो ग्रो होती है वो सब ऑर्गेनिक होती है. लेकिन अब ऑर्गेनिक जब तक आप सर्टिफाई नहीं करेंगे अनफॉर्चुनेटली फॉर्चुनेटली, तब तक उसकी वैल्यू नहीं आएगी एक्चुअली. तो हो सकता है कि ऑर्गेनिक भी रहा हो, बट कहीं ना कहीं हमारे सर्टिफिकेशन प्रोसेस में कहीं ना कहीं खोट भी रही होगी, जिसके चलते हमें ऐसी थोड़ा एम्बैरेसमेंट देखना पड़ा. तो वही मैं कह रहा हूँ कि अभी ऐसी बहुत सारी चीज़ें आएंगी. ये बहुत सारे स्टडी भी करते हैं. अभी जैसे हमने हाल में, आपको याद होगा जब पिछली बार मीटिंग हुई थी टेक्सटाइल एडवाइजरी ग्रुप की, तो मंत्री जी के हाथों एक किताब का विमोचन भी कराया गया था. जब इन्होंने मतलब वो जो डिमांड स्टडी होती है, उस डिमांड स्टडी जो की थी वो टेक्सटाइल कमेटी ने, उसका भी विमोचन किया गया था, उसका अनावरण किया गया था. तो टेक्सटाइल कमेटी बहुत सारी चीज़ें करती रही हैं, बट मैं चाहूँगा कि आगे के दिनों में हम अपना रेलिवेंस बनाए रखने के लिए हमें अपने को थोड़े और ज़्यादा इवॉल्व करने की ज़रूरत है, और थोड़ा अपने को ईजाद करने की ज़रूरत है नए फॉर्म में, सो दैट नोबडी टुमारो क्वेश्चंस कि नहीं भाई आप की रेलिवेंस अब नहीं है. आप जो काम कर रहे हैं, हमेशा यही कहा जाता है कि जो आप काम कर रहे हैं उसको कोई दूसरा कर सकता है क्या, उसको कोई प्राइवेट बॉडी कर सकती है क्या. अब जैसे ही बात होगा कि नहीं भाई इसको कोई दूसरी प्राइवेट बॉडी भी कर सकती है, उतने ही अच्छे से कर सकते हैं, उतने ही इफिशिएंटली कर सकती है, उतनी ही इकोनॉमिकली कर सकती है, तब फिर हमारे लिए बड़ा मुश्किल हो जाएगा ये जस्टिफाई करना कि नहीं दिस ऑर्गेनाइजेशन मस्ट एग्जिस्ट एंड स्ट्रेंथन. बाय द वे हमने कोशिश अभी हमारी जारी है 2 चीज़ों की. एक तो है 2 हमारे ऑफिसेज हैं, टेक्सटाइल कमेटी और टेक्सटाइल कमिश्नर का ऑफिस. इनके बीच में भी मतलब जो समन्वय हो, जो सिनर्जी हो, जो एक दूसरे पे फीड करें, उसकी दिशा में कोशिश कर रहे हैं. प्लस हम एक टेक्सटाइल कमेटी को एक नए अवतार में, मे बी जैसे होता है ना कि वो रूप राशि जी एग्री नहीं करेंगी, लेकिन 58 ईयर्स के बाद कहीं ना कहीं तो बाल सफ़ेद होने लगते हैं, तो कलर करने की ज़रूरत पड़ती है. कहीं ना कहीं चेहरे पे झुर्रियाँ आने लगती हैं, तो उसके लिए भी कुछ ना कुछ, आजकल तो बहुत तरह के जॉब होते हैं, नो जॉब, लिप्स जॉब, बहुत तरह की चीज़ें होती है, उसकी बात मैं नहीं कर रहा हूँ. तो इसलिए एक नया जामा पहनाने की कम से कम आवश्यकता है. तो हम ऐसी ही कोशिश कर रहे हैं. ऑलरेडी एक कैबिनेट, ड्राफ्ट कैबिनेट नोट बनाया गया है कि हम कैसे टेक्सटाइल कमेटी को, जो एक रेगुलेटरी बॉडी से इट इज़ मोर लाइक अ डेवलपमेंटल बॉडी, रियली अ क्वालिटी कंट्रोल बॉडी में हम कैसे कन्वर्ट करें, उसकी हम कोशिश कर रहे हैं. तो मैं तो यही कहूँगा लास्ट में कि संभावनाएं अपार हैं. अब ये आपके ऊपर निर्भर है कि आप उस संभावनाओं पे कितने, संभावनाओं के लिए कितने परिश्रम करते हैं और कहाँ खड़े उतरते हैं. मैं तो जनरली मैं 2 लाइनों से ख़त्म करता हूँ, तो पता नहीं ये 2 लाइनें किसी ज़्यादा लोगों को समझ आएंगी ना आएंगी, बट फिर भी मैं कह देता हूँ कि तू शाहीन है, परवाज है काम तेरा, तेरे सामने आसमां और भी है. थैंक यू वेरी मच.
Thank you, sir, for sharing your feelings and views. Now I request all the dignitaries and you all to enjoy the cultural program, traditional legend dance showcasing Indian festivals by Textiles Committee employees, followed by fashion show with a theme Indian textile from tradition to modernity. Fashion show will be showcasing traditional sarees which are registered under Geographical Indication Act 1999.
वस्त्र समिति के स्थापना दिवस के शुभ अवसर पर हमारे वस्त्र समिति के कर्मचारी एक सांस्कृतिक कार्यक्रम प्रस्तुत करने जा रहे हैं। भारतवर्ष के इस वैभवशाली महाराष्ट्र राज्य की एक गौरवशाली परंपरा रही है। महाराष्ट्र के लोक नृत्य उस परंपरा का हिस्सा रहे हैं, जिनके द्वारा लोगों की कलात्मक भावना का भव्य प्रदर्शन होता है। लेजिम एक ऐसी लोक नृत्य कला है। आज हमारे कलाकार महाराष्ट्र के इस लोक नृत्य की प्रस्तुति करने जा रहे हैं। साथ ही साथ लेजिम नृत्य द्वारा भारतवर्ष में मनाए जाने वाले त्योहारों की भी कुछ झलकियाँ प्रस्तुत करने वाले हैं, जिसमें भारत की विभिन्नता में एकता का दर्शन होगा। उम्मीद है आप सभी इस कार्यक्रम को पसंद करेंगे। तो आइए जोरदार तालियों द्वारा इन कलाकारों का हम स्वागत करते हैं और इन्हें बढ़ावा देते हैं। सारे कलाकारों के नाम कुछ इस प्रकार है: वंदना, प्रियंका, कोमल, ज्योति, रचना, वैष्णवी, विकास, सुशांत, श्रवण, अनिकेत, आदेश, वेदांत, विनय, संदेश, निशान जी, कौशल जी, रुताली, शिवाली और इसका संगीत सहायक इसके संगीत सहायक है कौशल चौहान। विशेष आभार जाता है नृत्य रचनाकार ज्योति को, और ये हमारे वस्त्र समिति की आरएससी की टीम है। फिर से एक बार उनका तालियों से स्वागत करिए। विशेष आभार जाता है सुधाकर कांबळे जी को, जो यहाँ से सेवानिवृत्त है, फिर भी उन्होंने यहाँ पे हमारे इस कलाकारों को बढ़ावा देकर उनको मदद की है इस कार्यक्रम के लोक नृत्य के रचना में। उनके लिए जोरदार तालियां बजाइए।
लाल चढ़ायो अच्छा गजमुख को, सोंदिल लाल विराजे सुत गौरी हर को, हाथ लिए गुड़ लड्डू साई सुरवर को, महिमा कहे न जाए लागत हूँ पद को। जय देव जय देव, जय जय जी गणराज विद्या सुखदाता, धन्य तुम्हारो दर्शन मेरा मन रमता। जय देव जय देव। कोई शरणागत आवे, संत की संपत्ति सब ही भरपूर पावे। ऐसे तुम महाराज को अति भावे, गोसावी नंदन नित्य दिन गुण गावे। जय देव जय देव, जय जय जी गणराज विद्या सुखदाता, धन्य तुम्हारो दर्शन मेरा मन रमता। जय देव जय देव। अपना है दिन ये आज का, दुनिया से जाके बोल दो, बोल दो। ऐसे जागो रे साथियों, दुनिया की आंखें खोल दो, खोल दो। लहरा दो, लहरा दो, सरकशी का परचम लहरा दो। गर्दिश में फिर अपनी सरजमी का परचम लहरा दो, लहरा दो, लहरा दो, सरकशी का परचम लहरा दो। गर्दिश में फिर अपनी सरजमी का परचम लहरा दो। ओ हाथ धर के बैठने से क्या भला कुछ होता है, हाथ धर के बैठने से क्या भला कुछ होता है। चाल लकीरों को दिखा क्या जोर बाजू होता है, चाल लकीरों को दिखा क्या जोर बाजू होता है। हिम्मत मरीदा अगर हौसला खुदा भी होता है, जा ज़माने को दिखा दे खुद में दम क्या होता है। लहरा दो,
बाहर आप आ जाइए बाहर। हेलो हेलो,
हेलो, Fashion Show is presented by NIIFD, Merarki 2022 Fashion Show. Direction and choreographer is given by Rohan Yelve. And special thanks to Director of Fashion Institute NIIFD, Rosie Bones ma'am, and Regional Manager Arati Mahajan ma'am. Theme of today's fashion show is Indian textiles from tradition to modernity. First sequence of fashion show is Paithani, Banarasi and Ashavali saris. I welcome the team on the stage.
Hello. These beautiful saris, weaved and designed by Sambalpuri sari, Bomkai sari, Sambalpuri Vasralay, Chanderi sari, Mrugnayani, Paithani sari, Ramesh Pardeshi, Ashavali sari, Paresh Patel from Gujarat, Lucknowi chicken sari, Shri Pankaj Arya, Shilp Sadhana, and Ramesh Amarnani, Awadh chicken. Banarasi silk sari, Haji Ramzan Ali, Messrs. Ramzan Saris, Mau sari, Bharat Industrial Cooperative Society Limited. I would also like to share the Textiles Committee has facilitated GI registration of 63 products and 49 more are in the pipeline in collaboration with state government and DC Handicrafts. For the remarkable contribution in this area, the Government of India has also confirmed the National Intellectual Property Award 2015 to Textiles Committee. Thank you.
Though everybody is aware of the Banarasi brocades and saris, let me introduce in short. Varanasi, the cultural city of India, is also known for the origin of Banaras sari and brocades. It is also known across the globe as a symbol of opulence and elegance. The craftsmanship of the woven bearing generation legacy and has been practiced for more than 500 years. The unique weaving techniques and skills which varies from tanchoi to brocade, kimcaps to gizar attracts attention of consumers across the globe. Paithani saris and fabrics. The hand-woven silk saris of Maharashtra originated in Paithan of Aurangabad and Yaula of Nashik. Has distinctive style of its own and bold patterns, tradition motifs conveying the socio-cultural ethos of the state. Ashavali sari. In ancient times, it was named as Ashaval or Ashapalli in 8th century after the name of King Ashabhil, followed by Karnavati after the ruler Solanki, Karnadev 11th century, followed by Ahmedabad in AD 1411 when under the reign of King Ahmad Shah. Lucknow chicken craft. The Lucknow chicken craft, one of the most popular embroideries of India, was introduced by Noor Jahan and patronized by Nawaz of Kut during 16th century AD. The uniqueness of chikankari lies with one of the main stitches called bakia or shadow work, which is a delicate stitch done on fine muslin and has an opalescent shadowy effect. The thread is masked on the underside of the fabric so as to create a shadow of opaque effect on the face of the fabric. The artisans combine 32 stitches and 5 derivatives which is unique in its style. Bomkal sari. The tie-dye weaving in the western Odisha came into existence during the mid of 14th century. The original Bomkai sari has been originated from a small picturesque village called Bomkai in Ganjam district. Now let us proceed for third sequence, Leheriya. Leheria is a famous Indian textile craft that belongs to Rajasthan. The design pattern is inspired by the expanse of the desert landscape of that region. The word Leheria in Rajasthan means wave tying of the fabric. For Leheria, resist is done only by women artisans. The fabric is folded diagonally and rolled or folded like a fan before it is tied at intervals to produce the characteristic strip or chevron pattern on dyeing. Rolled up fabric is ready to be tied according to the design. Let us proceed with the sequence of denim. Denim Denim is a strong cotton fabric which is made using a twill weave, creates a subtle diagonal ribbing pattern. The cotton twill fabric is warp facing, meaning that the web thread goes under the two or more warp threads, and warp yarns are the more prominent on the right side. The diagonal ribbing is what makes denim fabric different from canvas or cotton duck, which is also a sturdy woven cotton fabric. Let's move on to the sequence. Now we are proceeding to the fifth sequence, that is dyeing and shading. Designers worked on the lighter shades, dyed and after the silk fabric using the vibrant colors. These dyeing and shading designs were made by specially, it was designed by NIFD students. So please give them a big hand. So this is the last sequence, which is the sixth one. And last but not the least, silk, which is the queen of textiles, how it can be left behind. So silk is a natural protein fiber, some forms of which can be woven into textiles. The best known silk is obtained from the cocoons of the larvae of the mulberry silkworm. Different types of silk, NIFD students, designer students created different garments from traditional to modernity. Please give them a big hand because the students have created from their own talents and all creativity. I would like to give a special thanks to SBI for co-sponsorer Miss Femina TT. Please give a big hand to her. Now I would like to call upon Mr. Kartikeya Danda, Director Laboratories, on stage to give vote of thanks.
Good evening, one and all. I hope everybody have enjoyed the show today. On the behalf of Textiles Committee, I would like to thank our chief guest, guest of honor, and all the dignitaries present here for sparing their valuable time and giving us a valuable knowledge and information. The Textiles Committee is serving the textile trade and industry in linking up the quality demand of textiles in the country for more than 5 decades. By high-end scientific approach and well-established laboratories network. Consisting of qualified and experienced technicians, the team of Textiles Committee with the primary objective to act as a facilitator to the textile trade and industry achieving their targets. I take this opportunity to thank Sri Upender Prasad Singh Ji, Secretary Textiles, Ministry of Textiles, and Chairman Textiles Committee for sparing his valuable time and gracing the occasion. Sir, we are really blessed that you have come here today in spite of your such a busy schedule. Sir, your thoughts on adoption and evolving is the part and parcel of the life cycle, and we, the employees of Textiles Committee, are committed toward this change, and under your guidance and direction, I am very confident that we will be able to achieve the necessary change required. Sir, I would like to inform that earlier also Textiles Committee had changed from regulator to a facilitator. And now also the employees of Textiles Committee are capable, confident, and experienced and have an ample amount of knowledge to get the change necessary. Sir, I once again thank you from bottom of my heart for being a very supportive pillar for Textiles Committee. Thank you, sir, for your guidance and blessings. I would also like to thank Srimati Roop Rasi Madam, Textile Commissioner and Vice Chairperson of Textiles Committee. She has always been a mentor to Textiles Committee and always given a guidance and encouragement to us. And I thank Madam for the continuous support. Thank you, Madam, very much. I would also like to extend our sincere thanks to CCI and Dr. Pardeep Kumar Agarwal ji, CMD CCI, for supporting and making this event a great success. I would also like to thank Sri Mahesh Kodav ji, founder and MD of Venus Safety and Health Private Limited, who has supported us during the COVID-19 pandemic by setting up an PPE testing laboratory instruments and also helped us in formulation of some of the technical effort. There was a time when we, during the pandemic, we visited the factory more than 3 to 4 times, and under his support and guidance, we were able to achieve the amount of testing, some amount of testing in PPE. Thank you, sir, for supporting us coming here today. I also like to thank Sri Suresh Kotak ji for his presence in the function. Sir, your support to Textiles Committee is always appreciated by us, and I take this opportunity to thank you for your presence. I also thank Sri Anil Johari ji, former CEO NABC, who was a guiding force for implementing of an inspection accreditation system 17020. Sir, this is the first organization of Textiles Committee, as you have told, to achieve this accreditation and inspection. It was all because of your support and guidance we were able to do it, and we seek your continuous support in future also, sir. Thank you very much to be present here from your busy schedule. My sincere thanks to Ms. Meher Castellino, Madam, for sparing valuable time and gracing the occasion. Your charm has indeed made this program a really beautiful one, ma'am. Now I take this opportunity to share my sincere thanks and gratitude to our Secretary, Sri Ajit B. Chauhan ji, His support and motivation has helped us to make this function a grand success. I thank you, sir, for your continuous hard work and your support. Maybe I'm taking much time, but it's an official, so I would also like to thank all the media present here for giving the wide coverage to this program and always supporting Textiles Committee. My sincere thanks to all the guests participated here who are present and has spared their valuable time to make this event a grand success. I will also like to thank the management of NIIFD College for their support for fashion show and SBI Worli branch for co-sponsoring the function. My sincere thanks to catering services and event manager. And in the last but not the least, I would like to thank all the employees of Textiles Committee who has worked day and night very hard for last 5 years to make this program a grand success. Thank you all for your contribution and making this function a grand success. Now I request all of you to join for a dinner on ground floor at Atrium. Thank you very much. Thank you, sir.
Dinner is being served on the ground floor atrium. Please enjoy your food. Myself, Sandhya Rani.
Myself, Prachi Vaidya.
Both thank you, all of you, wholeheartedly for the participation in the program and for your good wishes, blessings, and we are signing out of the program. Thank you, good night, and take care all.